Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. No announcements for today. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. I think I fixed my audio issues from last week. So hopefully I don't have to, deal with that again. But please do let us know if you hear anything weird or see anything weird, and we'll try to make sure that we fix it pretty quickly. All right. Well, I think with all of that out of the way, we should just dive right into tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
Snap.
Okay, guys, I'm just gonna get some music up and running here while Jay yawns in the background.
I wasn't the only one yawning.
Yeah, you were the only one yawning.
Everything's your fault, Jay.
Okay.
You know that shit's contagious.
All right. Hopefully we won't hear echo anymore. So
Let's hope not.
last we left off, after the Shields of Twilight had a unfortunate run-in in Cagebarrow where they took the lives of quite a few merchants within the city. They were tasked to decide whether they wanted to pay penance by helping the city out and helping hunt for them, so that they could make sure that the people who lived there and the rest of the Desert Rose could continue to get by for the next little while, or if they wanted to be exiled out into the desert with their things, never to return. The majority of the group decided to stick with the idea of paying for the mistake that they had made and set out to the mountains to gather 3 large beasts and their pelts and anything else that they could take in their successful hunts, including meat and whatnot. After about 3 days of traveling through the mountains and dealing with various encounters of wildlife and other denizens that live there, the group was successfully able to gather the remains of a cave bear, a mountain lion, and a bull-like creature named an aurochs. Eventually reconvening with Fennel, their watch from the Desert Rose, who was just there to make sure that they completed what they were set out to do. He began to lead them down the mountain, and they decided to rest for the evening as it was getting later in the afternoon, and they wouldn't return to the city until the early morning hours if they continued on in the night. And so they rested in a little alcove by the mountain. And that is where we pick up. It is the next day. You all awake, well rested, and ready to make your way back to the city, knowing that from your previous travel, taking the safe way that with Fennel guiding you, you'll probably get there about mid-afternoon. Okay.
Awesome.
So,
Hope.
is there anything you wish to do in the morning, or are you just gathering your things and getting ready to head out to and back to the city? And I will bring us back. Oh yes, all the cameras are fine. I don't know why only the DM one was messed up. But...
I don't question it anymore. Yeah. But I wouldn't have anything specific to do. I think we just want to probably just get set and get on.
Yeah.
Before we get ambushed by some bullets.
All right, so Fennel
By rocks again.
sort of corrals all of you guys and says, all right, well, we can head out. Just follow me, and I'll make sure that we get there in good time, but also safe from anything that might be hunting in the desert. And he begins leading you back towards the town of Cagebarrow. It's maybe about... you end up having to stop at one point, just for like lunch or water, just to cool yourselves down and take a moment. But by around 1:30 or so in the afternoon, what you would think is around 1:30, you see the edges of Cagebarrow. You see the large bone structure of this ancient behemoth, and sort of the walls around the town. And as you walk in, you see two guards posted up on sort of towers looking out, and another two sort of on the ground. And they just nod as you return and walk inside, as Fennel nods to them, and just quickly jots over to them, letting them know you're back, before heading back over to you guys, and says, well, we should probably head to the Dusty Bird first, so that you can let Aiden know of your success, and then he can let you in on everything else.
Absolutely.
So he begins leading you back to the tavern that you had originally set out from. And as you enter, you see that there's a bartender bartender is pouring a drink to someone at the bar. You do see a few of the Desert Rose there with their sort of scarves or shawls or pins that signify their station, and a few other people that just look like either merchants or people living within this town. Fennel nods to the bartender as he nods back and leads you around to the side area before sort of you see him sort of press into the side of the wall, and you see the door sort of the wall sort of slide over, and he heads down into the area where you had previously been. Again, as you come down, you see that large Goliath woman guarding sort of this entryway, but as Fennel is with you, she lets you pass by. And at the corner table, as per usual, although this time seems to be in more of a serious discussion with two others, before he notices you coming up and kind of nods to them, and they get up and sort of walk away. You see Aiden. And as you step up with Fennel at your side, he just nods to Aiden, and he just says, they're back, and they've brought the goods. I'll let them fill you in. And Aiden just nods and says, "Thank you." So, you've been successful then.
We were. We were able to get what we needed, and got 3 large animals for you, and pelts, meat, as much as we could get. And we tried to be as thorough as possible.
Well, that's definitely appreciated. If you could just place the bag that we gave you.
Yeah. I would assume that I've been carrying it around, considering, and I will grab it and plunk it onto the table.
Plunk.
Right. Right. Well. And he signals 2 others to come over, and they kind of like take the bag from the table and take it over to another table, and you can see it. They're starting to go through the things that you've procured. And he says, "Well then, this this is good. Seems like you've really decided to make good on what happened the other day in the town. We've cleaned up most of the problem, but let's not have that again. Yes?"
Right.
Absolutely.
We regret that. And the fact that you gave us a chance to try to not really atone for it, because that's a longer process, but to try to in some way make it up to the town
Well,
is appreciated.
we've all made our own mistakes at one point or another. So I wouldn't be much of the man that I am if I didn't give you the same opportunity that was given to me. We just lost someone. Hang on one second. Who dropped?
Tick, power out.
Tick, power went out again.
Yep.
Give us 1 second. All right. In case Tick doesn't come back, you're gonna watch me do some D&D magic with the cameras, everyone, as I try and get us set up as if we didn't have one player. So let's see if I can do this while you're all watching. How interesting it will be. Where? Oh, yeah. Wait, did it go behind? So that one's done. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. Gotta do it live because there's no way I can do it without stopping the stream otherwise. Okay. And then you guys let me know if Tick comes back. Okay, that's that one. Okay. Just give us a second, guys. We'll have this done. Pronto. Has he said whether he's coming back yet? Okay. So then I'm gonna assume that's a no. It's a good thing I started doing this. This is gonna change. Oh, I think I've got it actually on my C still. All right. We will continue then. I've got everyone. I will have to do it again for the battle camera if we get into a battle, but for now, such as like.
Tick says he's logging into everything now.
Oh. Okay, well, he's coming back. I have it working. I'll just switch the layout when he comes back in. Okay, so, coming back. Aiden says to you, alright, so, you will now be full members of the Desert Rose, and will be protected under the guidelines that we set for the town here, and here we are. I'll let you know what those are after the induction happens tonight at dinner. So we'll be celebrating the well done hunt, and we'll be having a nice dinner for everyone, and you'll be welcomed into our fold. So I'm sure you're tired from the journey you've just made. You are free at the moment. Everyone knows who you are at this point. To enter and exit as you so please. You don't have the shawls just yet, but we'll make sure you get them after the induction. And the nice thing about being a part of the Desert Rose is you can also take on some jobs if you're interested when you come through the town. For us or any other people who might need help in the city, it'll often net you coin or other interesting things. But we can talk about it more tonight or tomorrow if you're interested in that sort of thing. Just to let you know, as you come in to the HQ, you need to come to say to our bartender upstairs, a flower blooming in the desert proves to the world that adversity can be overcome. That's our coin phrase that lets people know who you are, and that you're not just, you haven't just killed someone in our fold just to get entrance into our area. Please keep that on the down low. If we find out that you've given that coin phrase to other people, your membership might be called into question.
What was that one more time? A flower blooming in the desert.
A flower blooming in the desert proves to the world that adversity can be overcome.
Okay. That's what I had, and I was like, I feel like I missed something there.
So, is there any questions that you have before tonight's dinner and induction?
I don't think I've got any. We just need to be back here
Around dinner time, when the sun begins to get low.
All right.
Is there a dress code? I have the one thing, and I just point at my
No. Just bring yourselves and be ready to relax and have a drink, have some good food, probably from one of the hunts that have come back. So we'll be enjoying in probably some of what you guys have procured and some of what the other group has been able to gather. And yeah, be ready to have a good time.
think by no Quinn he meant black tie. Just so you know. So, to the nines.
Right, this is the only number I've got.
We'll work on it.
Will we though? I literally only own the one thing.
I don't think you'll be stopped at the door, but
Quinn, to give you an idea, Quinn, I think my other dress would probably be too formal.
Right, so don't wear a dress. Got it.
No,
we don't judge. This is all your thing.
I mean, it is flowy in the bottom. It might be kind of nice.
Not wearing pants, so it's kind of nice.
All right, so do maybe wear a dress. All right, that works. Think I may just not bother changing.
All right then. If there's nothing else, you're free to go back to your rooms, freshen up. Do what you need to do. Please do not go back into the bazaar just yet. We still have the induction to unfold and the rules to be set. But elsewhere is fair game if you have anywhere else that you'd like to.
Campion chimes up
Yeah.
and he's like, since we can't really go to the bazaar, is there like another place where like there's like an alchemist or?
Actually, yes. Remember that one gentleman that we spoke to when he first got here?
Yeah, the
Malcolm?
going to do the job.
There is an alchemist, the cordial chemist. It's just if you go back to the square and go southward, which would be if you're facing down that way, go to your left as you come back from the Dusty Bird. You'll see the blacksmith, the chemist, and I believe the general goods place. Yeah, the cordial chemist is an alchemist.
Right, good to know. And we can
All
handle
right.
that other matter while we're out wandering around.
Well, see you in a few hours.
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And he nods, and you are free to go.
Okay,
Cool.
well, he's gonna go to the cordial chemist.
Okay.
All right.
Champion just starts taking off.
Hold on a moment, if you don't mind. We have that one other thing we need to handle. I think it might be in the same direction. We could all go together.
Oh, whoa, with the Malcolm guy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the opposite direction from.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind.
yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna point that out, and he's like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna go in the same direction, actually.
You know,
Where are
all
you
the
going
same.
to? The chemist?
Wait,
The
what?
chemist is so.
He's going to
If you're
chemist.
at the original square, when you came in, going straight across the square was towards the Dusty Bird. You went left towards Malcolm's shop. He's telling you now you're going to go right because you're going to be coming back from the Dusty Bird, so it's
Right.
actually going to be on your left this time.
Oh,
Is
okay.
where the
But
blacksmith.
he's going to the chemist though.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Campion wants to go to
Campion
the
is
alchemist.
going to the chemist. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
do y'all need me to handle this, or I'm kind of curious to see what this chemist has.
I
Well,
mean,
it's-
we could easily part ways and meet back here for dinner.
I suppose. I'm hesitant to split up in town because of what happened last time. But, alright, should be fine, I guess.
I mean, we should be all right. I mean, we all know better than to do what we did before, and
It then also implies that people know who we are now, and that we may be accorded certain things in terms of people knowing better, I think. Whether that is our reputation or faces meaning only back here because it's a desert rose.
Melody does have a fair point. He did say that we would be recognized.
Keep a hold of your valuables still, of course, I would say. Better
That's-
safe than sorry. But
That's a given.
Yes.
Yeah, and as she points that out. Campion taps his armor and he's like, yeah, I have it tucked away in here. So if you're gonna go after my bag, they're gonna have to strip me naked. So
How are you fitting your bag under your armor?
I was gonna say that's like a. It's gonna be
Wasn't
a
it-
tight fit.
yeah, isn't it like a bag like
You have
this big?
chainmail on, dude.
Oh shit, yeah. Fuck me.
It doesn't
dude.
matter if the bag
I'm
is
now
this big. You're
imagining-
gonna have.
he's
still
gonna
gonna
walk
have a
out and he's gonna
pouch
have a little.
sitting
Yeah,
like right in your.
like right
it's gonna look
there,
like you have
yeah.
a boob in
Like
the
a-
middle of your chest. kinda
Yeah,
I was
thing.
gonna
dude.
say
It's gonna be
Campion
very
now has a
uncomfortable
uniboob.
wearing it.
Totally
and-
fucking forgot about that. So yeah,
Nice.
can I take precautions to hide my shit?
Yeah, you can like try and hide it like behind your cloak and make sure like you keep a hand on it and stuff like that as you're walking through the town. I'll say that, but I don't think you want to necessarily have it underneath your actual armor because your armor is quite it's quite tight fitting.
Gotcha.
And although it does feel on brand for him to have attempted it at least 3 times before realizing that it didn't work.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, they pointed out. It's like, yeah, you mean that boob-shaped thing right there? And it's like, oh,
These dimensions are all
It's
off.
not exactly hidden.
Fuck.
Yeah, you know what?
So
That
you
actually-
guys are keeping extra cautious, I'll say. So
Yeah.
you're keeping keeping a hand on your belongings as you walk through the town. So you think it's unlikely, unless someone like literally pries it out of your hands and then runs off, but you're going to be very aware if that happens.
Right.
I walk very freely. I have
But
no rifles.
You were also
you own nothing.
Paul seems like, I am
you were also
broke
told
AF.
that the desert rose doesn't get treated as
Accosted.
such.
Right.
well, I don't care, man. This Rose in his eyes is like a semi-fucking criminal.
Yeah, that's fine. So
Yeah,
you're
Jason.
walking with like your hand, you're making sure that it's on your pouch and you're trying to keep it as hidden as possible.
Yeah.
All right, so Campion and Baltaim, you're heading to the Cordial Chemist,
Yes.
and the rest of you are going where?
To Malcolm's, the
Okay.
Gilded Gear.
Yeah, let's go to the Golden Gear. I think it's the Golden Gear.
I
That
think
sounds
so.
Yeah.
That's me remembering something off the top of my head. So accuracy not guaranteed.
All right, so we'll go to Campion and Baltaim first. So you guys make your way down the initial street to the courtyard, and you guys kind of wave at each other and split off your separate ways, going north and south through the north and south parts of the city. After a few moments, maybe 10 minutes, Campion and Baltaim, you do notice what looks like a vial drawn on a sign with Cordial Chemist written across sort of the wood. The building is a brick and sort of large single-story building. It's got like this white shingled roof, and it's got these nice blue shuttered windows. You head inside.
Yes.
You head inside, and at the counter, kind of looking up with the spectacles on, is a male, half elven, appears to be, wearing a blue vest with this golden trim over a white shirt. He has these pastel leather gloves and these like sort of grayish pants that seem well kept. He's got these blue boots on that flare out at the collars of the boots. He's got short black hair, gray eyes. And he seems very aware of your presence and kind of.
And you said he was a half elf?
Yeah, he looks happy.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Okay.
he just says, can I help you?
Yeah. I'm. Hold on. Campion's then going to start fluttering through his belongings, and then pulls out a very small book. And he's like, I need a list. You have herbs here.
Oh, but-
I'm assuming.
Sure. Yeah, I do have very many different concoctions and herbs and things you might need. What exactly can I help you?
Well, I have a list here of certain items that I am going to need.
Okay,
I
so-
also am wondering if you have herbalism books as well as kits as well.
Yeah, of course, of course. What exactly are you looking for in terms of books?
A beginner's guide, if possible. And then a kit as well.
Just you or just herbalism in general?
Yes.
Of course. No problem. I can find you one that will be pretty useful and fairly straightforward to understand.
Okay.
You see him go over to one of the shelves, and he's like looking through, and he grabs an herbalism kit, puts it on the counter, and grabs a book, and puts it down, and it just the title is just the title says an understanding of herbalism and concocting various natural remedies.
Okay.
And he says, the kit and the book, you're looking at 5 gold, 5 silver.
Alright, cool. He's then going to show him a list of herbs and ingredients that are needed for his medication as well.
Okay. He looks at the list and he says, okay, I should have enough for you to create 3 doses of this. Some of these herbs are a little bit rarer in this area of the world, so you're not going to be able to make as much as you would like. You probably have a better bet at one of the port cities, or Zarithamar itself, or Trill, which is I know quite far away. But yeah, I can get you 3. Let me get the ingredients for you. And he rushes off to various canisters and vials and things like that, and puts an amount in front of you. And he says, for all of these, it'll be a gold.
Okay, cool.
So it'll be 6 gold, 5 silver.
Got you. Pass that along.
Okay. So you hand it over, and he says, thank you very much for your business. I am Hugh. If you have any other questions, please do let me know. I'm happy to help you in any way I can.
Must appreciate it. And then he's gonna grab everything and shove it into his bag of holding, and then put that back.
You grab it and put it away. All right, and then where are you guys heading?
Hugh,
Or Baltame? Is there anything specific you are looking for?
Do you sell potions of healing here?
Oh, yes, I do actually. I have a few different types of potions. I right now on hand, as there have been needs for the Desert Rose. I have 2 regular potions of healing. Those are 50 gold each, and I have 1 greater healing potion. That's 250 gold. And then if you're interested in other things, I potentially have some other stuff. But, healing potions, that's what I have.
Any other substances?
Well, I have this, and he pulls out this vial, and it's like this brownish liquid with sort of a thread of orange through it. This here is a potion that will increase your strength to that of a giant creature, a hill giant creature. It's quite useful if you're trying to do something pretty athletic or trying to move something very heavy. or hit something very hard, that is 190 gold. It lasts, I believe, an hour once you take it.
That's interesting. Okay. I will. This is not all of our. We're a group, a venturing party. So I'll talk to them about what you have here. I'm sure they might be interested in a few of these things for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. Please feel free to come by at any time, and I will. If I've got the goods, I will be happy to sell them to you.
Thank you very much. You ready, Campion, or you need anything else? Or?
No. Once you're done, he's ready to go.
Okay. So you guys head out. Is there anywhere else specific that you want to go, or are you just heading back to the Dusty Bird to kind of rest and relax before the evening?
Yeah, no. Campion has nothing, nowhere. Actually, let's see. Hold on. Because that. No. But, because the only way to get, because the thing is I would, yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
There's
So you're heading back to the
called
Dusty Bird.
Antoine's Antiquities here.
Anton's Antiquities.
Okay.
Where do you want to go?
No, I'm just asking, is that a place here? I had that written down. But I
It
wasn't
is
sure
a
if that's
place. I think that you were told about. But you haven't been there yet.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm good then.
Okay.
Okay,
So
cool.
you both head back to the Dusty Bird to kind of relax and rest. Maybe grab a drink or whatever. All right, over to the rest of you guys. You all make your way back to Malcolm's shop, and as you head inside his shop, it wasn't the gilded gear; it was the grinding gear.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I realized that after I said it. I actually checked my notes.
I think the
was
gilded
half
gear was
right.
in Dash. I think
It was, yes.
Yes.
So,
I was half right though, which I mean is pretty good.
As you step inside the shop, you notice Malcolm seems to be talking to two individuals. And as the bell sort of rings, all three of them kind of turn to greet you. And what you see is someone you know very, very well, Lex.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh no.
And beside her, Fulton.
Oh, well, at least there's
Fulton kind of looks up and he says, "Oh, Peregrine, you're here.
Fulton!
Hey, how's it
Hey!"
going?" And he rushes over to you and he like wraps you up in a hug and he's like, "Oh, it's great to see all you guys." And Lex just kind of stares at all of you and she goes, "Fulton." And he's like, I mean, Lex, Fulton. And you just see Fulton. He's like, "We'll talk later." And he kind of like backs up from you and kind of like tries to look stern. It's not working for him. But Lex kind of is leaning against the counter and she just says, "Well, I see you made it back from the hunt. That's good."
Uh-huh.
But you know, murdering half a town and losing your shit after being told not to lose your shit. I can't say I'm surprised. But given the circumstances, I can't trust you to actually do what I need you to do. So I came to get what I need myself. Which I'm doing. And you see that there's this like little box that is on the counter between her and Malcolm. She says, "Malcolm here has made sure to keep it safe for me." She just turns and says, Thanks, Malcolm." Of course. No problem. Is there... Just give us a minute, and I'm sure they have business with you. I heard you're getting inducted into the Desert Rose.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's something good at least, which is great. Because since you couldn't do this favor for me, I'll make sure to cash in on you doing something else. Which is, and then you see her turn, and you see on her lapel she has a pin of the Desert Rose. And now looking over to Fulton, you also see that he's wearing a like the shawl, and he has it on his neck as well. He says, So, what you're gonna do is everything you can to help the Desert Rose before you leave Cagebarrow. If they have jobs that need to be done, you're gonna do them. Because no matter what Aiden says, you still killed a bunch of people in the middle of a town, like fucking idiots. And I don't think just hunting and getting a few animals really does that justice.
No,
It's a town
it
back.
does not.
You're absolutely right.
So,
No,
when he
I already
talks to
said as
you
much.
tonight, he'll probably tell you that there's stuff. Don't worry, you'll get something out of it. Most of them offer some kind of coin or something else. But you're gonna do them, whether you like it or not.
I have no
And the
problem
other,
with this.
I'm sorry, what?
I have no problem with this.
Good.
I already said as much to the man whenever he thanked us for bringing back the stuff from the hunt. This is in no way does this make up for the wrong we've done, but we're at least appreciative of the opportunity to do so. And you're right, we fucked up. We fucked up a lot. I won't defend what happened, but it did happen. And now we are doing everything we can to try to balance the scales of the wrong that was done.
Yeah, I
if
see
that's
that.
even possible.
And she points at your symbol. She
Yeah, it's
notices it.
it's complicated.
Oh, I'm sure. Bane's a pretty complicated guy. Great. Well, then my only other request, and she holds out her hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take
As
it back.
in, okay. And shit, do I still have that?
Yes.
Cool. I will then just get it out and hand it over right away.
Given that you can just easily communicate with others now, since you called on Aaron so easily, I don't think you need this anymore. I think you guys are perfectly good at taking care of things on your own and not getting me into your shit. Maybe if you show that you can competently make it to Atril at some point before dying or getting thrown in jail or, becoming, I don't know, wanted people in every single nation, then maybe there will be grounds to give it back to you. But I think for now you're good.
Honestly, I have nothing to say about that. It's perfectly fair. I mean, you're right. We fucked up quite a bit. So, depending on if I'm prepared for it or not, I can call you pretty much whenever I like.
You can, and I can choose whether to answer or not.
Yes, that's your choice. But at least, if necessary, we can get word to you if there's an emergency. So
Right. Exactly. So you don't need this, really. You got your dual pantheon helping you out.
yeah.
All right. Well, since I've done my business here, and I'm sure you have stuff that you need to do, I'll see you at your induction. And she just stands up and pushes off the counter, gives a nod to Malcolm, and just says, Thanks, Malcolm. I can always count on you. This will have many uses. I am sure of it. This is real important. And he just goes, oh, yeah, no problem. Was an interesting one to figure out. Do let me know if it really does have the effect that we attempted to make. I want to know, as I've never seen something like that out in the wild. And she just says, yeah, I will. And she just says, Fulton, let's go. He says, Fulton, you'll see them tonight. Okay, you're right, we have business. And you see him kind of look at all of you, kind of like shruggingly, like, sorry, wish I could help you. And then
Quinn just giving away like, it's fine.
Yeah. And then he just looks over to you, Perry, and he's like, I'll see you tonight.
See you tonight.
And they head out the door as the bell dings behind them. And you are left in the grinding gear with Malcolm looking at you all, and he says, that was pretty normal for her, actually. So, is there something I can assist you with?
Well, actually, we were hoping that we could still assist you. If you are still needing that ore.
Oh, yes. Well, if you're going to be official members of the Desert Rose, that will be great. I often like dealing with them more than random mercenaries or sellswords that come through here, because they're not under the same guidelines. But
Right.
yes, it was 1,000 gold worth of the Corelli.
Right.
I can give you a sort of a guiding map as to where you would start up the mountain, and where the initial sort of cavern area is. Do note, it has been used for a while. You may have to go a little deeper into the mountains to get some, and there may not be a bountiful amount. It's kind of been my spot for a number of years. But you should find still some there, and I would think more than enough to make up for what I'm looking for.
All right. Much obliged for the map and such.
Yes. Please let me know if there's anything else. But I was told you were recently in the mountains, so you kind of probably have an understanding of what lives there. Maybe not so much what lives inside, but if you imagine creatures that like dark spaces, again, I haven't gone very deep. I've only been there once or twice myself. So I couldn't tell you exactly all of the things that tend to roam the caverns within.
Right.
Alright, well, we just need to get through tonight with being actually officially inducted and all, and then see what other tasks that need to be performed. But
Yes, and I will give you the 1,000 gold if you get that amount for me, and yes, I'm happy to help you out in any way that I can.
Much obliged. I'm
If
gonna
you
look.
manage to get a little bit more, maybe another 250, 300 gold worth, I might be able to help your friend who came. He's not with you. He is your friend, right? It's the one with
Yes.
the mechanical dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You can let him know. I will help him outfit his little companion there with the ore to make it stronger.
All right, we most surely will. He wanted to go to the alchemist and pick up some things, so we figured we would kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, by going out.
Of course. Yes. Well, you have a good time tonight. I may stop by, but generally I'm only there as a friend of a friend. But otherwise, if you need anything, I will be here for most of the day and tomorrow morning. But just come by once you have everything done, and we can get things set up.
All right, I appreciate it. With that map that he gave, where is it in relation to all the places that we just were? Is it kind of close by?
No,
we
it's
have,
further
like-
south along the
further
mountain
south,
range
okay.
than you were. You were a little further north.
Okay.
This
Okay.
path starts a little further south and seems to be more of a direct path to within the mountain versus
Okay.
you were kind of on paths that were kind of like traversing around the mountain versus in, as the majority of beasts don't tend to like live deep in like mining caverns. If they live in caves, they live in like little alcoves and things like that.
Yeah.
Within the mountain. But yeah. You will
Cool.
have to, it looks like you will have to traverse sort of like a rocky path. And there may be some challenges, but it doesn't look as long as what you were going through for your hunt, and it looks like you'll be able to make it into the cavern or to an entrance. Probably once you get to the mountain, you're not sure, but like given how trekking through the mountain is,
Mm-hmm.
maybe like half a day.
Okay. Good to know.
All right. So you guys get that, and then what are you gonna do?
If no one has anything else to do, I'm gonna head back to the inn
Okay.
to get
The
cleaned
rest
up.
of you also heading back?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. You guys all head back. You get back to your rooms. You take some time, I assume, to like clean yourselves up,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
everything like that. Maybe rest for a bit. Is there anything specific anyone wants to do before the evening kind of rolls around? You got
There-
maybe a couple
is
of
there a-
hours.
Place to actually bathe, or
Yeah.
is it just
Yeah,
like
There'd be a bathing room.
It's an inn, I would hope.
also
They don't have
more
like they don't have
adventure.
they don't have like a communal bath, but they do have like
Yeah.
a small area where you
just
can like
Closet.
get water, warmer water, and clean yourself off. Yes.
then Orion would do that?
Okay.
Yeah,
She hasn't
Perry
had a
would
bath
go
in a
and
while.
Perry would go and clean up like that and rebraid her hair and put fresh feathers and fresh beads in.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You guys have more than enough time for everyone to get in a cleaning spell to have a bath and get refreshed and rejuvenated.
Cool. I would want to do that, and also before we do anything else, double check that the cart and the one bird that hates us so much is still there.
Yeah, you go around to the side, you see the stables, and you see that your bird and your cart have been brought around to the dusty bird itself,
Okay.
and are being held there and being taken care of. You see
This
just
is-
like a stable boy. He just says, when you come in and ask, he just says, "Oh yes, we've been looking after your Teleric and making sure that it's fed and watered every day. Seems to be fine acclimating to this area.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that that we hadn't lost yet another one of these things.
Nope, you're still good.
All right, cool. I will then go inside and do all the other stuff I said.
Okay. So you all take your time to get yourselves cleaned up, rest for a bit, and as the sun begins to set, you make your way back down to the headquarters of the Desert Rose, and you notice it's much more festive, and there's quite a lot more people once you get downstairs and are let inside. You can smell cooked meats, and you can see a large sort of long table that is filled with like platters of various items. You can see some of the meats that you guys were able to get, as well as like vegetables and various fruits and things like that. But you also see other types of meats that are different from the ones that you had hunted, and you assume that came from the other group that had gone to the jungle. You see people, grabbing plates and filling them with the various sort of platters of things that are available. You see people going to the bar and grabbing a drink, and everyone just seems to be jovial and chatting. And as you guys kind of enter, you see Aiden kind of walk over to you, and he says, you've managed to make it. That is great. Please enjoy some food, enjoy a drink. It's all on us, of course. And probably within the next hour or so, we'll induct you, make sure you get your badges or your shawls, whichever you'd like, and give you the rundown of who the Desert Rose are. And then you're good. So please, enjoy. If you have any questions, feel free to come tap me on the shoulder. But otherwise, I will be having my own conversations. And he kind of like steps away from you, and you see him head over to the bar.
I'll head over to the bar.
Okay.
As well.
Okay. You head over to the bar, and you see Lex is there drinking. You see Aiden kind of steps up to her, and they begin sort of a quiet conversation out of your earshot with one another. She notices you, but she doesn't really pay you any mind.
Kind of like, oh, I didn't know you were here. Kind of like, just knowledge she's there.
Question: are her guns out in the open?
Nope.
Oh God.
Well, you see, actually, because she carries this one on her back. You see Are you first of all, are you following Baltaim?
Because we were chilling in the room.
No, you're all. I'm
downstairs.
saying you all convened and came downstairs.
Yeah.
But he walked over to the bar. Are you
I'm going to the
following
bar.
him over to the bar, or are you going to get food, or are you doing something else? Is my question.
Yeah, no. I know we're getting food afterwards. So yeah, he's not really a drinker. So yeah, he was just gonna chill at like a booth.
Okay, so you're not going to have any food or anything like that. You're not going to have any dinner.
I mean, this is dinner. Like, we're
Yeah.
supposed to eat.
And then
Yeah, it's a dinner for you guys.
Oh,
Because of your successful
they're
hunt
having the
and-
dinner. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
all the meats and shit here.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck it. We hunt this meat. Gotta get this fucking. I'm gonna eat this meat, man.
Okay, yeah. So you grab some of the various meats. Like I said, you see some of the ones that you like. You can kind of pick out what you hunted, and then there are some other meats that don't look similar, but you know that another group went to the jungle side, and you think that these are likely coming from jungle creatures. So you fill up your plate with the various meats. They smell delicious. There, like I said, other things that are there, like potatoes and various greens and things like that as well, if you're interested. And you fill up your plate, and then you can head over to a booth and find it and kind of sit down if you want.
Okay, cool beans.
Okay.
So you would not see Lex then because you're busy making food and you don't.
Okay. Yeah, no, he's just gonna, eat and like.
Okay.
He's writing in his little journal thing.
Okay, yeah. So you guys watch Campion kind of go over to the table, grab his food, and head over to a booth to kind of like sit down and eat while he pulls out a journal and starts writing in it.
before we got down to the party, I would have grabbed Baltaim and told him that Lex picked up the package for herself, that she's very angry with us, and that she has given us a new task, and explained what we're supposed to be doing. And then when we got down, I would go and get food and find a quiet corner, because there's a lot of people in here.
Yeah,
and it makes me
it's
nervous.
quite full. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very full. And it's you've not seen this many, and
Yeah.
it's actually quite surprising because this is not like a huge town,
Mm-hmm.
but the number, and you're not even sure if this is like all of them. It's just
Right.
like there have to be others guarding the city or the town itself at this moment, and they were likely
Yeah.
shift out. But you weren't expecting this sizable amount of guard, and you think like probably a good idea that you didn't get into trouble with them, at least initially, because there are a lot of them, and they all of them are armed. You can see on their persons. Some have like swords, some have bows, some have crossbows, axes, daggers, all various. Some look more like magically inclined, like they don't look like they have, like they look like they have like ceremonial knives and things like that. But you can see like a couple that have like pouches for their books and things like that. There's just like a mishmash of all different kind of people, of all different kind of sort of backgrounds of some rough and tumble nature, whether it be military or adventuring or whatnot, of all different types of races.
Cool.
Yeah, you grab yourself something and then find yourself a corner to kind of eat.
Yeah, because there's so many people and it's making Perry nervous.
Is it obvious that Perry looks super nervous?
Probably. She has no poker face.
Okay. Cool. In that case, Quinn's going to try and do something. Can I see Fulton anywhere?
Make a perception check.
I will do that. Hopefully it will not be terrible. Let us see if it is terrible. Come on, perception check. Don't do it. Oh, that's a dirty 20.
Yeah, you see Fulton over by the bar having a conversation with another person who looks very similar to him and almost like Campion. He has like a lot of like strange gadgets sort of on his person. You can see like he has a glove that has like these wires connected to this like clock, almost like a clock face. And you see these like brass sort of glasses that are on his on the top of his head. He's not wearing them at the moment, but they're like kind of on his head, and you can see him and Fulton are having a discussion. It doesn't seem like Fulton has noticed you guys arriving, as he seems quite engrossed, but you do see him there.
Cool. I will just do that thing where I try to not awkwardly stand close and wait for him to finish the conversation, but like get close enough so I can like find an in when he's done talking.
Yeah, he notices you as you kind of come up, and he finishes what he was saying to the other man. He's like, I'm entering another set of runes very soon. I can let you know if I find that metal, but it's quite rare. And then he turns to you and he says, Quinn, right?
Yes, that's right. And I just sort of point in the direction of where Perry is sitting. I know you were looking to catch up with her before, earlier this afternoon, but so I'd let you know she's over there, and I'm sure would absolutely love your company.
Oh, right. And he kind of like looks over. He says, right. Excuse me, Dalen. I will see you later, but I have someone I promised I would speak to. It's been great catching up. Quinn, thanks a bunch. And you see him order something at the bar over to the bartender. It's hard to hear because there's quite a din of music, but you can see he has like a nice glass of red wine as he turns and has his own drink in his hand and says, hopefully we can catch up as well, maybe later. It's good to see you guys. Glad you're all okay. And he starts walking over to Perry.
Cool. then I'll just wait for it, make sure he gets over there, and then go and just grab some food.
Okay. So you grab your own food and get yourself situated. Anyone else doing anything?
Going to the bar.
Okay, yeah, you get up to the bar. You see Lex. She kind of gives you a look, but doesn't pay attention to you. Eventually, like, the bartender comes to you after, getting through a few people, and he just says, what can I get you?
Can I get 4 shots of dwarven whiskey?
4 shots. Starting early, huh?
Well, I have some friends.
I see. Sure. And he gets out the bottle. You see him like flip it around and bring out the 4 glasses, and he like puts them in a row in that very bartender fashion, and just pours the whiskey in and finishes up, flips it back around, and clanks it on the bar, and then pushes the shots to you and says, "Yeah, take it easy, huh?"
I put 2 silver on the table just for a tip.
He just nods and he says, "Thanks. Enjoy."
And I take them. And I go to where Cynric is at. Where Cynric's at.
Okay, yeah. Cynric's not hard to find. He's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Cynric, what have you been doing? Just getting some food?
Yeah, at this point, I'm probably trying to stuff my face.
Okay.
I mean,
Like a
Rash-
college kid
Cynric
that shows the
you
face.
see Cynric putting lots of meat on his plate and starting to get ready to eat. And then you actually see him as you're like turning away from the bar. He's got like a large plate of food and is heading towards the bar, as that would be his next destination.
I just kind of like, as I see him, just like, I have 2 of them in my hand. I just like show him I have 2 for him. Just kind of move to. I guess we're all like at a table or something, I assume.
Yeah, well, you head over to like
Yeah.
one side of you head over to like a small table like near the
Right.
bar, like a square table, one of those tables where you can stand at kind of thing.
Right.
And you see Cynric put his plate down, you put the shots in front of him.
I slide 2 over to him.
I'll-
One is I owe you a drink, I believe, and the second one, I know this is David's favorite drink, so I thought we'd drink for him.
Well. Definitely cheers to that.
Cheers.
Okay, you guys do your shots. You're fine. It's the first 2 shots.
I mean,
right?
should we maybe move like the table closer to
Oh,
Perry
yeah, I
and
just-
You're on the opposite side. Perry's on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
side of the room. You guys are on the opposite side.
Okay.
But you do see, as you kind of look
Right.
over to Perry, the familiar figure of Fulton kind of heading her way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, I'm probably just after that. I'm probably just like, I'm not eating too much, just like whatever.
Yeah, you're just having a decent meal.
Yeah, but then like
Okay.
I'm kind of like
You grab a
socializing.
plate and grab a few things.
Yeah.
Stand near Cynric and eat. Eventually, probably flag the bartender to get an ale or something like that
Yeah.
to wash it all down. No problem. Oriana, are you doing anything specific?
Yeah, I would get just like a normal amount of food, just a little bit of meat, some fruit,
problem.
maybe some veg. And I would probably, if I see the rest of the group all gathering together at one particular table, go join them. If not, then just finding some place.
Okay, so
in, like, a corner.
you see. I mean, Quinn, would you end up heading over to Baltaim and Cynric as well, or just kind of stand off to, or would you head to Campion, or would you kind of do your own thing?
I think I would probably head over to, over to Baltimore and Cynric, because I know Perry was super excited to get to have a chat with Fulton, and I would not want to interrupt that for the world.
Okay.
And I don't even know what the hell Campion's doing, so I just go with the
Okay,
people.
so yeah, so you see Oriana, you see Campion
We
at
are
a
nervous
table
about what
kind of
Campion is doing.
writing in his journal. You see Perry over in a corner looking nervous, but you see Fulton walking over towards her. And then you see Quinn, Baltaim, and Cynric at like one of those square tables close to the bar.
Do I see Lex anywhere?
Make a
Bar.
perception.
Nope.
There are a lot of, well, I'll just say this. I'll say this.
Oh.
From where you currently are, there are a lot of people. You're not a super tall woman. So it's hard to see through the throngs of people. Based on like where you've currently been, you haven't seen her. But it's not a massive room. She could be by the bar. She could be in one of the corners. She could maybe not be here yet. You're not 100% sure. But you haven't seen her just yet.
I'll join Quinn, Baltaim, and
Okay.
Cindric then.
So you head over to them, and you
And just eat quietly.
set your food down. Probably order a drink from the bar, just to have something, and eating your food. Harry, as you're kind of sitting there nervous, you easily notice, as he's not trying to be stealthy or anything like that, Fulton kind of like making his way through the people with 2 drinks in his hands, and as he gets over to you, he says, Peregrine, I got you wine. I don't really know if that's your drink, but I figured it would be rude to come over here and just like have a drink for myself. And that's kind of what I do most of the time, but the rest of my group has been telling me like to be better with people. So, wine?
Wine'll do just fine.
So he hands it over, and you guys are at another kind of like one of these like round tables where you're like standing in the corner. And he says, "It's really good to see you. I was kind of worried after we kind of left things at Avonhurst. I know I didn't tell you about everything, but honestly, I couldn't. I kind of gave you a direction, to be fair. I was pointing you in the right way. I was sworn to secrecy. I mean, you've seen Lex. She would kill me.
I know. It's fine. I understand now. It's just one of those things, like in the moment. I've been looking for so long and wondering for so long. So to find out somebody knew stuff and didn't tell me kind of made me nervous. But I get it now.
To be fair, not a lot of people know. Just want to say that. It's just you kind of got... Honestly, you might not have ever known that we knew if you didn't get stuck in the whole God of Darkness thing, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
And we're like one group that kind of does know. This is like a handful of people that actually, maybe like in the whole world, like 20 people that know. I don't know, but this is my recollection.
I get it, especially since I've been there and I've seen it.
Oh yeah, I heard what happened. I'm sorry about that, but the good news is I don't know how much you know about them, but they're pretty resilient. They've been through a lot of stuff. And Liz told me that there was a survivor, and that he had gone to see the rest of the group, which is usually what they do when bad stuff happens. Obviously they have their warriors, and then they have kind of like their healers and their kids and that kind of stuff. They're probably all safe. Like they probably hid in the grove somewhere. So the good news is they're not wiped out. They're stronger. They wouldn't be the guardians of that area if they weren't strong.
Right. It just all caught me off guard. That's all.
I mean, I don't think anyone's really prepared for Tharizdun.
Well, that wasn't all of it, but you know, when it turns out that everything your tribe ever told you was not quite the whole truth, kind of throws you for a loop.
Yeah, I mean, this is just my perspective. Take it for what you will, but I'm kind of a journeyman, you know, like I go a lot of places. I've been, I'd say, in most corners of this plane and others. I don't think your tribe is the way it is intentionally, at least at this point in history. Do you know what I mean? I think things happened a long time ago,
Yeah.
and fear makes people do a lot of really strange things.
Yeah.
Some give up completely. Some become more insular. I mean, I don't know how much you know about Veladon itself, but they're not exactly magic lovers if it's not
Yeah.
based in faith or nature or on the gods. So, just natural humanoids, a lot of us have this fight or flight mechanism, and sometimes that flight leads to certain decisions.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was your tribe intentionally not telling you. I think it's something that they've lived with for a great many years themselves. Maybe they don't even know how it originally started.
Right.
Maybe they do. I don't know, but I'm just saying maybe give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. It's just I've always been different from them a little bit, and now I wonder if somebody had told me the truth about something, I might have known why I was different, or at
What do you mean
least
different?
when I was a little girl, and all of the other children that had the kind of power I was supposed to have could do, druid stuff. I struggled. I struggled a lot, like a lot. Like I would be sitting there trying to make a plant grow, and everybody else around me could make it grow almost as tall as them, and I couldn't get it 6 inches. And the other day, I remembered standing by a tree while I was struggling to get something to grow, and there was this thing in the tree, like a crystal. And Charlie was telling me a little bit about, or maybe it was Liz, I don't know, it was a lot, about this substance that comes from the forest that blocks magic. And I'm wondering, did that have something to do with it? Because, like, I've always thought I was kind of broken as a druid for a little while. But now, I don't know.
You're talking about Zelerium.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is the substance that most of the cities are kind of built on. It's how they suppress arcane abilities. I don't know how much you know about their mage hunters.
I don't know much about that, but I do know that they value that substance because it blocks the arcane.
Mm-hmm.
That I did learn.
Well, have you ever tried to see if you maybe have inherent arcane abilities?
I've never even thought about it, honestly. Until very recently, that wasn't even a thing that crossed my mind. But then weird stuff started happening. Like one time, you remember Dobby, right?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about him. I heard.
Yeah. Before that, when Cynric got real hurt, Dobby was being kind of a jerk, and I got real mad, and I was still a bear, and I went to hit him, like I was gonna paw him over, and I turned into a kitten out of nowhere. There was like all the and there was like blue energy, and then I got real upset after Dobby died, like started yelling at folk, and all of a sudden I had teeth and I had claws. They were useless, but they were there, and they didn't go away until the next morning.
Okay. Well. Okay, let's... Do you want to try an experiment?
Sure.
Okay. Magic. My magic is a little bit different. It's a little learned, a little constructed. So it might be a little bit different. But those who have sort of inherent arcane ability, for instance, like Aaron,
Uh-huh.
if they don't know how to control it, it often comes out when you think of when a strong emotion is happening, just naturally, like this natural energy that is there and kind of explodes.
Uh-huh.
But if you don't know how to channel it or use it in the right way, it tends to be a little strange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so think of something that, I mean, you're already kind of nervous, so you could either tap into that, or you could think of like a really, I don't know, think of something that would generate a really strong emotion.
Okay. I start focusing in on that nightmare I had right after the events of the bazaar and everyone dying.
Okay. So you take a few moments and you feel that emotion and that fear and that just general sort of terror start to grip you, and you continue to focus on it. And I need you to roll me a D100.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Let's do this.
Perfect timing.
Gambling.
100.
All right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, this is going to be either
awesome,
super
really good,
amazing
or really
or
bad.
Super terrible.
You
potted
that
plant. Potted plant.
fear rips you.
Mhm.
And I need you to roll me a D10.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
Potted plant.
9.
Okay.
I don't like that. Okay.
That okay, makes me nervous, y'all.
This just, you don't see it because you kind of got your eyes closed and you're focusing on this. The rest of you watch as Fulton is just talking to Perry. You watch Perry kind of close her eyes, and after a moment, this blue flash just out from her, and you see in the area just as this explosion, you watch as this like blue ring just out from her, and it stops in about this sort of like 10-foot radius, and you watch as people just begin to kind of like, you see them like, and you see Fulton super surprised for a second, and you see him panic for a moment, but then sort of right himself and like start to like step back, and you watch as a few people kind of like it's like the gravity is not there. You see a few people like floating, and you see them struggling to breathe. And Perry's just in the center, and Perry, after a moment, you kind of feel like the surge come from you, and as you open your eyes, you watch as Fulton is kind of like red-faced, like backing up from you, and you watch as like a few, like one edge of the table, you see like a few of the pieces of food are like floating up. You see a few people that are like caught and like trying to like scramble on things, and you see them like suffocating. And you're just fine. You're just standing there. But you're kind of, you watch this, and the whole room kind of like has turned to look at you. And all you hear from a voice one side of the room is, Jesus, God fucking damn it. Really, Fulton?
Can I try and cast Counterspell? I have no idea if
You
this is like a spell or anything.
it's already happened.
It's already happened, though.
Able to,
Yeah,
you weren't
okay,
expecting it.
Yeah, unless you like have
you
dispel
didn't
magic.
see any somatic, verbal, or
Oh my
material
God.
components used.
No.
It's a shame I didn't
Fair, I
prepare
just
to spell
figured.
magic today.
But you guys are all noticing this, and then there's like scrambling, like, oh my God, like what do we do? And you see a pupil try to run in, and you see them, and they start to like float and are like scrambling, and just Lex is just like standing there and at the bar, and it's just like, and eventually you see Fulton like kind of like back up, and you see him, stay right there. And I gotta
Hold on,
see
make
if-
it stop. I don't know what's happening. Make it stop.
Well, try not to panic any more than you already have. That was probably the wrong emotion to channel. I'm not sure what you were thinking about. I thought, like puppies or kitties or like happy times with your family. I don't know what you were
for goodness
thinking
sake.
about. And let me just see.
We knocked her out. I don't know what to do.
I mean, we could order another drink and just see what happens.
I mean, there's people dying. I think.
I'm gonna, yeah, that would.
It's like, there's people dying. Oh,
Would I be able to safely like pull people out with the grapple hook or like with one of my weapons and like with
You're
the
just gonna
stick-ended
the
like
end of your halberd and you're gonna just poke them out.
I'm gonna.
they might take some fall damage.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but,
at this point, you
if
can
they
kind of
appear to-
see where like this radius
is.
comes from. I'll say that like you see people like starting to help the other people out, and at this point, just in a 10-foot swath from Perry, no one is going close to her, and the whole room is just like, what? And you see a few people. Aiden, what do we do? And you see Aiden just turn to Lex, and she's just like, I had nothing. I'm drinking.
I'm gonna try and use Mage Hand and just grab the nearest person and try and pull them out.
No, they're all.
They appear to be
I'm saying
weightless.
like you see
Yeah,
in
people are helping them
the
out,
in
yeah.
the kerfuffle, and Fulton just like kind of stands on the edge, and he's just like, well, you see, I don't think I can. There's not anything I can do at this moment. This is not my area of expertise.
Oh my God.
I don't know if this will work, but I can try and see if this works.
Do you have something, Oriana?
Potentially. I'm not sure if it will work, but hey, it doesn't hurt to try.
Okay.
I'm going to just play a little bit on my violin and cast Hold Person on Peregrine.
Okay.
that's gonna-
Perry,
Hold
go
on,
ahead and make a wisdom save for me, please.
Okay.
I don't think that's gonna do it.
I don't know if it will, but hey, it paralyzes her. Maybe.
Okay, hold on.
As she does that, could Campion cast Detect Magic?
Okay, hold on. My
Yeah, you
roll
cast
20
Detect Magic,
fucked up.
and you notice. What would this be? You can detect.
Okay,
It's probably evocation
Oh, okay.
in a 10-foot
Okay.
radius around Perry.
Okay,
that causes zero gravity and no oxygen.
Think of a vacuum.
Okay.
My roll 20 sheet is not
You
showing
just
up. so I'm
from
gonna roll a
your
D20.
just knowledge and intelligence, it seems like there is like a literal like vacuum around Perry.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that is a 17 plus 7, so
Yeah.
24.
Yeah, so she doesn't. Have
Yeah.
Because my roll
Um,
20 sheet is not loading.
I have something.
okay.
I actually have an
She
idea.
not choose to fail it though.
She doesn't know you're doing
doesn't
it.
know
I don't know
you're
you're
doing
doing
it.
it. There's so much
She's
going on.
Panicking right now.
Yeah, she's kind
and-
of having a panic attack. Has no fucking
And you
idea
didn't
what
exactly
you're
say,
doing, so-
Perry, I'm going to hold person you.
Yeah,
you were just like, I'm
exactly.
going to try, and you started playing on your violin, and some
All right.
magic went out at her.
I'm gonna go over to the edge, like to right at the edge of this radius,
Mhm.
to where I can get like a clear line of sight at Perry,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm going to get down on the ground into the same like meditation position that she's been trying to get me to do, and then
Oh, God.
just like stare dead at her and just try and coax her through like trying to breathe and calm herself down.
Oh god. I'm done, dude.
I love it. I love it.
What? It might work. Panic-induced thing, end panic, end thing.
Meditation, yeah.
Yeah, you start doing that and trying to get Perry to pay attention. So you see Quinn doing this. People looking at him strangely.
Okay,
People looking
I
at
will
Fulton.
give him a nod, and I will start trying to like deep breathe my way through this.
Okay. You start to deep breathe your way through this. A couple of minutes go by. People test. It's still up.
Okay.
Should I knock her out now,
I have
or-
one other thing I'm going to try.
Peregrine.
Well, at this point, Fulton just says, "Look, does anyone have the ability to dispel magic?"
Not on me, but I can calm her down, possibly.
And at that point, one of the group says, "I've got it." And you see one of the more sort of like robe dressed individuals pull out a book, say a few words, and like fire it off at Peregrine. And in the moment, and the effect ends. And Fulton says, that was easy. Nothing to see, folks. Everything's fine. We're all good. It was just an experiment. We won't do that one again. There's no harm done. Everyone's fine. Go back to eating your food. The food's no longer floating. Please, the ones that fell on the floor, probably leave those. But we're good.
5-second rule, though. It's fine.
And he just starts walking. He starts walking back over to Perry, and he's like, "You're good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah. No, that was a bad idea. I'm sorry.
happy times."
Okay.
What were you thinking about exactly?
Something very, very scary.
Well, I mean,
clearly a mistake. It was the strongest emotion I could think of at the moment. That or how embarrassed I was about and shamed I was about what we did in the bazaar.
Okay, let's not do that again. But I think we found that maybe you have some spark of something. So, I mean, positives, think in the positives.
All right.
Our experiment was pretty successful, right?
Technically, yeah. Did learn something. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that would happen. I love this stuff. I mean, look, I know it's kind of embarrassing or whatnot, but you're finding out things that you didn't know, and sometimes the only way to do it is by trial and error. You know? Well, that was a lot.
But I'm excited for you. Now you know you have, like, arcane abilities. Maybe, you know, you there's another, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's why your nature-based magic didn't come as easy to you, because it's not inherent. Maybe other magic was inherent and you just didn't get a chance to hone it.
Maybe. Could explain something else. On Avonhurst, I thought I'd see Melora because I'm one of Melora's people, and I did not. I don't know much about Coraline except the stories my mama used to tell us about how he was like the god of magic and stuff. Sort of.
Right, yeah, he is. I mean, he created magical ether of this plane. He also helped create the elves, and you're half elven, so come from his lineage, I guess, somewhat.
And he did say that I would find the answers. He said something about looking beyond the arcane, looking beyond nature for the answers.
Maybe you'll find them.
Maybe. Wow.
Traveling the world's pretty interesting. I mean, you learn a lot. You know, not just about the world, but about yourself too. I learned a lot when I started traveling. I was kind of similar to you, actually. I a lot of my skill came from just being an elf.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, being naturally good in the woods and surviving and things like that. I mean, I was always kind of curious and I did like to invent things, but I always thought that, you know, that would never be my strongest skill, I guess. Until I started really traveling and then meeting people and then meeting the group that I ended up working with. And as ragtag as we all are and as different as we all are, I think it taught me a lot of things, and I ended up changing from being someone who would just be a good, you know, bowsman into what you see today, working with a lot of like arcane magic and creating this gauntlet and doing a lot of really interesting things. So sometimes you need to see outside of your, you know, regular bubble to understand just exactly what's out there in the world.
I mean, it makes a lot of things make some sense. I mean, he did say my path was tied to the shifting of the prime material plane, and then the Emperor said something about the answer to what my people were going through was not with the ocean ways, and I'm learning.
Well, I mean, when I was... Okay, so I obviously have met Ocean people. I've been to your tribe before. You never saw me, but I don't know how old you are, so it probably might have been either before you were born, maybe you were really young.
Right.
But maybe not. I don't know. But I met this. I didn't stay for very long, and I kind of kept to myself because your people, like, you know, will trade a bit, but kind of have their own way of doing things. But I remember meeting someone on the sort of outskirts of town, or of your tribe. He was young, but half elven, I think. And he seemed much more inclined to understanding that there was more outside of the village than meets the eye. Actually, he was an arcane practitioner, who couldn't really practice very well in your village. He often had to find his way out of the village every so often to kind of learn on his own. Very bookish, big on lore. What was his name? Warrian. He's super smart, and used to talk to him while I was there about, you know, magic and the different things that it could do. I actually helped teach him a few things because he, you know, was having trouble learning. But whenever traders came in, he would often ask them for, you know, books on things and kind of hide them away. He said he was a lore keeper for the tribe, which makes sense, I guess, as all wizards are kind of all about that. But yeah, he was an interesting fellow.
My brother. This is a wizard?
That's your brother?
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think, I don't think there was anybody else in the tribe named Warrior. My older brother, he's actually the one that said we should look for answers outside the forest.
That's probably why. Yeah, I think he realized that there's more to the world than what's insulated in your forest. But of course, he respects your people too. He told me as much, and said that he would never want to disrespect his family or the things that the tribe believes in. So he did it on the down low, you know. But if he's your brother, then I think it makes kind of sense. Yeah. I mean, now his ability is a bit different than yours. His is more learned than yours comes from within. He's had to study and write down what he's learned. Yours and mine is more what kind of just a part of who we are.
Right.
So he might not understand exactly the magics that, but yes, he understands arcane nature.
That explains quite a bit. He had his own little secret library. He showed me once. Because it didn't really work with everybody else's stuff.
Well, I mean,
maybe that's why.
Yeah, I would say yeah, you might want to. I mean, you could always talk to, if you go to a temple or something like that, for either Coralyn or Melora, talk to them, see if they give you some answers.
I think I'm gonna have to try.
The way that they do. If I remember correctly, I think there's I mean, people of Izel are, I mean, that whole sort of area is built on magical ley lines. It's quite interesting, actually. So there's a lot of arcane power there. I believe they have a temple in Zuma or close to Zuma. Might be one for Coralyn. I haven't specifically gone myself, haven't had a chance. But it might be a place for you to check out. Better understanding.
Thank you.
Of course. I feel like I have to give as much information as possible because I was kind of a dick when I didn't tell you. But
you kind of didn't have a choice, and I mean, I get it now. I was frustrated then, but it's because I didn't know any better. I mean,
and I wasn't trying to embarrass you with making you do the magic. I just thought it would help, to be honest, to figure out stuff. I didn't think you were going to think of terrible things, but I should have known better. You know, like you guys have been through a lot. I tend to be a more optimistic person, you know, even after all I've been through, but I know that not everyone's me.
I mean, usually I am. It's just, there's been a lot.
No, I get it. I told you I'm not great with people sometimes. You know, I'm much better with like inventions and things like that, or like ruins or books or artifacts. So yeah, I'm working on it. I'm really sorry.
No, I understand. I came down here and there were so many people that my instinct was to turn into a cat and hide. So I get it. Besides, the first time I felt like I was really myself or accomplishing much in a while was out while we were hunting, when I was the only one who knew what they were doing.
Well, you did a really good job. This food's really delicious.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I didn't have anything to do with the cooking. But for the first time in a while, I felt like I was actually helpful and useful. And
well, you were really useful when you helped me.
Was that? Because I kind of like entangled you by accident because I
Yeah,
forgot.
but I got out of it. It was not a big deal. We it's no big deal. You helped me figure out that cube thing. And then, I knew that bad things were happening and I was able to talk to my friends about it.
Right.
And so we were kind of like aware of what was going on. So, you were like super helpful. And most people don't even want to hang out with me. And I have to kind of like beg them to help. And you were just really on board and ready to go. So, I appreciate it. I think you're really good at what you do. And I don't think you give yourself enough credit.
I appreciate it. I'm kind of learning that I'm better at doing stuff like taking the lead and getting stuff done than I thought I was. Didn't really put me in charge of a lot back home. And out there in the mountains, it was either I figured it out or we didn't know what we were doing and we were gonna fail. And the way I saw it, we didn't have a choice but to succeed because we really screwed up here and we deserved exactly what Lex said to us.
We all make
And worse.
mistakes. Whatever she says, we've done as a group some pretty dumb stuff too. We all make mistakes. As long as you learn from them,
Yeah.
try not to repeat them, then I think you're okay. But yeah, everyone has their strengths. And
Yeah.
And I think, you don't take into account what yours are. And maybe you have more than you think you do. So, give yourself a chance.
Well, at least I'm learning more about everything, even my own family. And I just took a long drink of the wine and set it down.
He just like pulls out a book and he's like, I'm going to write this down. So just give me a minute because this was great research data. And he starts like writing in the book and he's like, and he starts having a conversation with you like as he's writing, like he's talking about general stuff. The rest of you, is there anything specific you want to do before you kind of get called to be a part of the induction ceremony?
No.
And after all that, I mean, what could top it?
Is that a challenge, Quinn?
You know what? Yes.
I mean, can you?
Go ahead.
I mean, if that's possible, sure.
How much have you had to drink at this point, Sarek?
Just the 2 shots.
Okay. And
You
like
would
That's what
and an
I'm saying.
ale and an ale or something
Probably,
like that.
yeah, I'd be-
Okay.
Whatever Sharon drinks, I'm drinking too, by the way.
Okay. So Voltime is matching you.
I'm trying to stay relatively
Sober.
able to stand
Okay.
before this
I'm
ceremony.
praying he's also trying to be able to stand.
That's good because I think I could only hold the one of you up.
I'm kind of tall, but Seren's beefy and tall, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I'm just happy to be, roof overhead, drink, food, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So
Taking
you're just
full advantage of it.
enjoying. About maybe 10 or so minutes after, probably more like 25, 30 minutes actually after the incident with Perry happens. You see Aiden kind of step up to sort of like the center, sort of, his corner of the room, and he kind of like holds his hands up and he says, we're here to induct a few new members of our group. Please, the group of you, step forward.
I do that.
I do that as well.
Everybody do that.
I believe I got a few of your names, but why don't you introduce yourselves once more? I'm Aiden, of course.
I'm Peregrine of the Ocean.
Peregrine?
Quincaneth Laren.
Quinn, Kenneth,
Taim, Cullen.
Taim,
Sinric.
Sinric,
Oriana Scarlet.
Oriana,
Champion.
Campion. Well,
Sorry.
now that I have names to put to your faces, here's the download. So, as a member of the Desert Rose, anytime you come into town, if you are absolutely needed, you will answer the call. Help us out with something we need done for the town. We'll never ask you to do something terrible, mostly to protect the townspeople, to make sure people are safe, and to help us keep this place running. That's one. Two, as a member of the Desert Rose, you are welcome to use your status as a member to help you procure items for your journeys or for your time within the city. We get discounts at many of the local merchants and can sometimes work deals with them for things that they need in order to gather equipment for ourselves. Most of them understand this. We don't take advantage of anyone. If you enter into a deal with any merchant or person in this town, you will not extort them, blackmail them, or go against the deal that you made with them. You won't lie. You'll do what you say in your word, in your agreement. That's 3. 4, all members of the Desert Rose are not to be pilfered from or attacked by any denizen of the town. Everyone who comes here knows that, knows not to bother with us. And if anything does happen, it will be brought to our attention right away. We'll find the culprits, and they will be in severe trouble. But generally, what happened to you won't happen again. As long as you're wearing your badge or your scarf. If you are asked by someone to help them because they've been on the misfortunate side of losing something, you will help them. But at the same time, we know that this place is what it is. We do not spend an overabundance of resources to find missing belongings, especially if people are not wise enough to keep them on their person. But you are welcome to initially make the report and handle it how you see fit. If you see any major crime, like someone actually being attacked lethally, someone being kidnapped, or anything like that, it is your duty to bring that back to the Desert Rose and make sure it is taken care of, whether by you or the rest of us. We often have jobs that need doing around town that are not absolute necessities, that either merchants or others or just in general we have, that are open to anyone in the organization to take on. Often those jobs offer some kind of payment, whether it be gold or items or discounts or other things. You are welcome to take those on as you see fit. I think that brings it to just about everything. So yeah, anytime you come in, if we need you, we'll ask for you. Otherwise, you're free. You're always welcome to stay while you're here. If you're not a resident in the Dusty Bird, no charge. I think it's everything. Again, as long as you help out every once in a while, you're welcome here. So you can either have a badge or have a neck scarf. It's up to you. Which would you like?
I'll take a badge.
He hands the badge of the rose that you can like kind of pin on your clothes.
Or he just
Just
shoves
make
it in
sure he just says make sure you make it visible. Can't promise anything if you don't. And when you come in to tan, make sure you put it on before you come in. You can't complain if something's taken from you when you aren't wearing it.
Right.
Would I
Was
be able
the-
to get a badge onto all the crap I'm wearing, or is that physically impossible considering armor?
It might be hard on your like you don't really have a great place to put it on the current armor. You've got like a
Right.
bit of a cloak, but you don't really like it would be on like it would be hard to put it on like the top of the cloak because of the where you wear it. So
Would I be able to use it like to replace a clasp or something on a cloak?
Oh yeah, no, Campion can easily do that.
yeah, you could probably replace it as a clasp. Yeah.
I would like to do that, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
take it and
Yes,
then just,
the badge. Okay, so he gives you the
yeah,
badge.
I'm gonna take the badge and hold on to it. Like, I figure a shawl would get, destroyed by the many things we fight.
Okay.
So that would be
Yeah.
bad.
I will also take a badge.
Okay.
And pin it to one of the cloth bits on my leather armor.
Okay. The rest of
Is
you
the
just
sh-
taking badges?
Is the shawl like
I'm taking a
a
shawl.
cloak, or what? Like
Yeah.
No, think of it like a
Like a
neck
neckerchief type
scarf
thing.
kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But like light, very light material. Think of like, have you ever seen those shows with like the sailors where they have like the sailor like tie around their
Kind of like
Like a
what I
neckerchief.
It's kind of
Yeah,
like
the
an
neckerchief.
Like an
ascot.
ascot.
Yeah, Nick, yeah.
yeah,
Think
almost,
Fred
yeah.
from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
An ascot for
Yeah. And
for
ascot.
Oriana.
Come on, Oriana. Do it. Get the
You
ascot.
want to wear an ascot? You really
Of
wanna-
course you do.
no,
Ascots are
I
cool.
thought it was like a
Just look at
full-on
Fred from
scarf or
Scooby-Doo.
something. I thought it was like a scarf, and I'm like, oh, that would totally work with her outfit.
I mean,
And you're small. It might fit like a scarf.
I mean,
you never know.
You can make it a scarf like a little.
Yeah,
like,
you
I mean,
could.
we're still kind of in a desert area. It's kind of arid.
It's yeah, but it's like a very light like again, it's a very
Yeah.
light
Yeah.
material. It's
It's like
not
sheer type stuff.
Yeah.
To
it's not meant
Yeah,
to
I-
be heavily
Yeah,
heavy.
it wouldn't be in like a desert. Like it'd be meant for desert climates.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
taking the shawl.
exactly.
So.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going with the shawl as well because I mean,
Okay,
I'm
so you
already
take
wearing
the
one.
Yeah, you take the shawl, no problem. So you got that. What about Baltaim?
Shawl as well.
Okay, you're taking the shawl. And Oriana?
I'll take the shawl.
Okay, you take the shawl.
Take
All right.
the ascot.
So dejected.
All right.
we peer
so,
pressured her into getting.
you all
an
get your
ascot.
items, and he says, "Welcome to the Desert Rose. Happy to have you, and enjoy the feast in your honor. You deserve it. And let me know if you're interested in anything else while you're here in town?
Right.
And he holds like his glass up, and you see the rest of the room kind of hold their glasses up and kind of cheers to you guys, and everyone takes a drink, and then he steps kind of down and starts to walk back to the bar.
Cool. I'm gonna give it a minute after things like settle back down. I want to go over and like find him real quick.
Okay, yeah, you're able to kind of like, as he's like stepping down, you're able to kind of like stop him initially and just pull him aside. He says, Quinn Kenneth.
Yeah, Quinn's fine. I just wanted to ask, how do we go about taking jobs?
Right. You just come down here tomorrow morning. I can give you the lay-down of some of the items that we have, what they're about, and you can decide what you want to do. Probably not talk to Hev tonight, because it's loud and there's details, and I want to make sure you have all the information before you decide to head out on any job.
Right, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure what the process was, because we're going to be
just,
taking all of them.
All right, well, that's very generous of you, but we can definitely talk about them tomorrow morning. You guys just enjoy tonight. You did a good job. We appreciate you helping the town. A lot of people are going to be fed. A lot of people are going to have clothing and help to keep their houses and their tools up to speed and par. We're going to be able to protect this place, so you've done a good job. Thank you.
It's a drop in the bucket compared to what needs to be done, but I'm just glad we got the chance.
All right, well, would you like another drink?
You know what? Yes.
He'll lead you over to the bar and grab a drink with you.
Cool. I will definitely do that.
Is there anything anyone else wants to do as the night progresses?
I would like to find Lex.
Oh, God.
Easy enough to do. As after the incident with Perry, you notice that she was over at the bar. She hasn't really moved from the bar.
Eat some popcorn.
Right? Can we go get that bottle of whiskey first
So
before
yeah,
she does that?
you find her over by the bar, sitting at the stool.
Question before this starts. I just want to.
Yes.
How big is the bar, and would I have been forced to sit like near Lex,
Like next
or
to
like,
it, just like
No,
like awkwardly, like, oh hey?
Aiden specifically takes you to an area away, as he's been having a conversation with her and knows.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I didn't just accidentally end up sitting next to her, like,
it's like, hey, how's it?
like,
hi.
oh hey, you're here too.
I mean, when you said we'll be taking all of them, he didn't seem all that surprised.
I didn't think so.
Yeah. So you get the sense. You don't need a high insight, like passive insight. You get the sense, like Lex basically told him, like, they better fucking do what they need to do here, or you're gonna tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can sense that he is kind of like, he's happy to be having a drink with you at this point.
Okay.
So yeah, you're over on like another side. But Oriana, you make your way up to Lex, and she's sitting there drinking, and she 100% notices you, but doesn't say anything.
I'm not exactly subtle in my dress.
You just get the sense that she's very, like, much like Perry. She has
sharp-eyed.
She has a keen eye and seems very aware of her surroundings all the time.
So I'll just walk up and sit next to her at the bar and gave us a real lashing.
Murdered 15 people.
You're not wrong. I do not try to deny it.
So I don't, like, what were you expecting, a pat on the back?
No, I was not. I was... I just wanted to talk to you, I guess.
About what?
Lots of things.
Okay.
I know we messed up. And I can't help but feel that I played a part in it.
Well, you did. You're part of the group.
But no, I pushed people to making a decision that we should not have made when I was frustrated and angry.
You held a gun to their head?
Not in so many words, no.
Then you are a part of the problem, but you're not the one who forced anyone to do anything. Unless you magicked them to puppet their movements, or literally told them that you were going to murder them all if they didn't listen to you and had the ability to do so. You were a part of it, but you're not the mastermind behind the entire thing. Everyone has their own ability to decide what they will and won't do.
I wanted to ask you, how are you always so sure? You never seem to hesitate. You, for lack of a better term, are just an amazing at everything. With all of this,
I'm good at making it seem that way. I'm not amazing at everything, but I am good at what I'm good at, and I lean into the skills I'm good at. I make my own mistakes, and I'm dealing with them at the moment, and I have to live with them. But I also know that I can't change what's already happened. All I can do is continue to move forward. And also, I've dealt with a fucking avatar of Tharizdun once before. So I've been through a lot of the shit that you're currently going through. We made mistakes. I think the thing that constantly surprises me about you guys is you tend to make the same mistakes. And it costs you each time. And one day you're not going to have someone to step in. I mean, you even saw you lost Dobby. There are no guarantees, even with powerful magics, even with the most powerful people you know. And I guess my question is how much do you need to lose before you all decide to learn? Because I know what I've lost. I know what my group's lost. But where's your rock bottom? Maybe you haven't hit it yet.
This was it.
Well, I hope it is. Maybe you can grow from it. But I'm also not going to be a crutch for you anymore, which is why I took the communicator. It's not because I hate you. And me asking you to do this stuff is not because I hate you either. I just think it'll be a good growing, learning experience. And this place needs some help sometimes. People like you who've been through a lot of shit. I think you could really do some good here.
You're right about that. We mistakenly misjudged all of these people, and we paid for it. Unfortunately, not with our own lives, but with others. Not long ago, I was just a girl in the trill. Just a noble, living a blissfully ignorant life. And I thought everything beyond the walls was like my stories. And this is not what I saw in my stories.
Well, the question is, are you going to live someone else's story, or are you going to make your own?
I would like to make my own.
Then make that decision now.
I wanted to ask Charlie something, but maybe you know something about this as well. When we were at the shackle with Charlie and Liz, Aaron summoned this thing that healed all of our wounds and made us battle ready again. And she summoned these strange creatures that I'd never even heard of before, half spider, half something else. And while we were up on some mountains, I received a vision from, well, maybe a dream, I'm not even sure, where Asmodeus pretended to be the mother of mages who I'd been seeking guidance from. And he offered me power. He offered me the abilities to accomplish my goals. But I don't know the first thing about any of this.
Make an insight check.
Ooh. Do I dare use Sleuther? I think I will. I will use Sleuther. Insight. Dirty 20.
Okay. Lex is generally a hard person to read, but when you start to talk about Aaron and Charlie and what they did, you can see this just natural, you can see this sense of like displeasure and like this, it's very subtle, but like there's this like frown that takes place like just for like less than a second before her face goes back to neutrality. And once you finish, she just says, the gods have never been. I wish I could help you. But that's not my area of expertise. I will say that you probably don't know the whole story about any of them. And the things that you read in books are not always the entire spectrum of truth.
Realizing that a lot lately.
But if you got two talking to you, then you're pretty special. It's just up to you on whose path you want to follow, or if you want to follow any.
Thank you, Les. Thanks.
I will say this, though. The things you think you know about both the creators and the destroyers from all those fancy books you read back in Atril. There's probably more under the surface. And if you really want to write your own story, ask yourself, is the risk worth the reward? And if you want your story to be the redemption of a god. because I've seen it happen once. But it's not my story to tell. And then she turns away from you and just stares into her drink. All right. As you're kind of left to ponder over her words, is anyone else doing anything as the hours of the night continue to head on? Music begins to be played. Some of the food is taken aside and put away. The tables are moved. A dance floor is created. You see musicians take up one corner of the area. People begin to dance and have a good time and just enjoy themselves. Is there anything specific anyone wants to do as the night continues to lean on, or do you all eventually, enjoy yourselves for a little while and head off to bed?
One thing I would want to do is after, getting a drink and having quick chat, I would want to just go over to where Perry is. Does she go back to the same table, or what'd she do?
Yeah, Perry got another drink and went to sit back down at the table.
Okay.
Where she was before.
Okay,
I was
cool.
just kind of watching.
Yeah, Fulton's there still writing in his book, but he's doing his own thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I would go over there and sit down over by her.
Okay.
So, how you doing?
Terrified.
Right. Other than that.
Fulton knew my brother.
Hmm.
Warrian's not but 5 years older than me. And Fulton taught him magic. My brother's a wizard.
I mean, my sister's a fucking holy warrior, so the things we don't know about her siblings, eh?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Nobody in the Fossiln is an arcane practitioner. Because the forest sucks up all the arcane magic. I didn't really understand that until very recently.
Right.
But,
I mean, that's interesting.
And maybe I've got a different kind of magic in my blood. In addition. Something that the forest suppressed. I focused on the night after what happened in the bazaar. I had this nightmare about I take a deep breath to settle myself about my village and my tribe and everyone dying of the plague while I stared because I didn't solve the problem. And I was so afraid. And apparently I sucked all the air out of a 10-foot radius and made stuff float.
Yeah, or I was here for that.
Yeah, no, that's how that happened. Because Fulton said, let's do an experiment. And I didn't think of something happy because, there's been a lot.
Right,
yeah.
Well, maybe happy things next time, though. I think that would be key to, future experimentation. Like happy or neutral things.
Yeah.
Not like horrors in the night.
But because I can't control it, it just sort of comes out when I get emotional, which could explain that time I turned into a kitten when I went to smack Dobby.
I remember that. That was, not gonna lie, that was actually, given the circumstances, kind of hilarious. Hard to think it was funny at the time because Sinner could just,
yeah,
fun, but
yeah.
In hindsight, damned funny.
Yeah. So when we get to Zuma, there might be a temple to quarrel on, and I think I'm gonna. My people don't pray per se. We meditate and we give our thanks to the tree singer and that sort of thing, but I think I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna go and see if maybe Cortland can give me some answers, since he's who I saw in Avonhurst, and
That's
not
smart.
Melora.
No, that's smart. You should definitely do that.
I'm starting to realize, though, that I'm more capable than I thought.
Right. I was telling you that exact thing not just a day ago.
I know.
Shocking. It seems to be true.
But like, I've never felt much use. Like, I came down here and there were so many people that my instinct was to turn into a cat and hide in a corner until it was over, or at least until they called our names. I'm useless in a crowd, and I've felt useless in the city everywhere we've gone. But out there on the mountain, I knew what I was doing. It's the first time I felt like myself in ages. Corlon said my path was tied to the shifting of the material plane. I think I am supposed to be out here wandering.
Yeah, it seems that way. Good thing you are, too. I don't know if we would have made it through that damn hunt without you, honestly.
Well,
We would probably still be lost.
it's possible. Or Melody would have adopted that baby rock.
No, we probably would have eaten Melody by now. But no seriousness, no. It's you're right. You're much more capable than you think you are. So just try to believe the thing that everybody else keeps telling you as true.
I'm working on it. It's just a lot. I left home because I thought I could find the cure to a disease. And now I'm climbing mountains and seeing gods and fighting monsters to stop darkness from rising, and this is not what I thought I would be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I left home because everyone I ever knew had disappeared, and I've been doing the exact same thing. So I'm with you on that. This is either my life has become something dramatically different than what it was, or I have gone insane, and I'm just laying somewhere in a pool of my own spit, hallucinating all this. I don't know which would be better, but
I think the first option.
probably.
We're
But
meant
fuck it,
to
here
grow.
we are either way.
We're meant to grow. We're meant to change.
No, that's what I'm trying to do myself right now, honestly.
You're getting there. You got a long way to go,
That
but
is
you'll
true.
get there.
I do have a very long way to go. But I just want to make sure that you are all right. And
As okay as I'll be right now,
Right.
at least.
well, good enough answer. Also, and I'm going to get up from the table, see if maybe you fancy to dance.
Sure, why not? Let's do it.
You guys lead yourselves out onto the dance floor,
Mm-hmm.
begin
Mhm.
to dance to the music. Is anyone else doing anything before the end of the evening?
Yes. I have. Were we allowed to keep? I know we gave the meat. Were we allowed to keep any of the claws and stuff?
You
that we
didn't
collected?
get anything, and you didn't
No.
ask for it, so it was all taken.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I will go to seeing that Quinn uh, went to Perry and now they're dancing.
Mhm.
It seems like she's in a better mood. I'll go over to Oriana.
Okay, Oriana's sitting at the bar beside Lex.
Probably has a 1,000-yard stare right now, thinking
Yeah.
about what
Has
lies
like a
ahead.
probably a glass of wine in front of her. You see that they're no longer conversing.
Right. I'll just do like a bow, like a formal bow. Miss Scarlett, would you care for a dance?
Sure.
I have
Sounds
two
great.
left feet. I am warning you beforehand.
That's okay. I don't think the ballroom style is what is being practiced here, so we will be learning together.
All right, and you guys get up and head over to the dance floor. Cynric, Campion, anything specific you want to do?
Nah, man. Campion's just, out in the open, working on his gauntlet.
Okay. He's working on his gauntlet. Chilling. Cynric, you're just chilling?
I want to go grab that bottle and then, see if I can't buy the rest of that bottle.
No, they
And-
just tell you we have more where it came from, and you're part of this is your party, so go ahead. It's yours.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then I want to go sit with Campion and I have some ideas as far as like making stuff and wondering if you could help on some of these things.
Campion's attention is heard when he's making stuff. He's like, oh, okay. like a hummingbird, mechanical hummingbird that shoots out needles that are coated in some kind of inflating potion.
I mean, that would be cool, but I'm thinking something a little bit less sophisticated.
Yeah, but can we have that though? I mean, is that a thing? If that dude, don't
Potion
make
of
that fucking
make person
elevator pitch
balloon?
unless you've got the product.
I mean, what I was thinking is maybe buying some type of chain or something and making something so I'm able to throw things and retrieve them.
Oh,
Because when things are out of my reach, I'm pretty much useless.
yeah. DM.
Yes.
There's no such thing as cable, right? Like metallic cable or metal rope,
There's chain.
This is chain.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah.
Got you. Okay, cool. See, he's like, yeah, okay. Now, you want this to attach to what exactly?
What would be easier? I mean, I normally just kind of throw javelins, but I mean, once you throw it, it's kind of useless.
Okay.
So maybe an axe or something. It would be smaller.
I mean, that could work. I mean, actually, then we're not going to a city right now. But yeah, he's like, yeah, it would probably be easier if you got an enchantment of returning. I honestly can't do those. I mean, I've been looking about it, and my crossbow uses something as such, but very less sophisticated. But an enchanter with good enough skill could probably inscribe that for you.
I suppose once we have enough money.
True. Yeah. But yeah, we can do the chain thing.
I mean, in the meantime, I think it would be something that would be beneficial, at least for outside of range stuff.
Makes sense. Okay, I'll do some designs for that, and once I'll get some materials, and we can I'll start working on it when I get a chance.
Awesome. Cheers to that. And I'm going to take a big swig from the bottle.
Okay. Anything else?
Did you want me to pour you some? I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. I'm trying to stay as level-headed as possible.
It's the dwarvish stuff. Are you sure?
Yeah. I might have been raised like a dwarf, but I do not have the constitution of one. So
Suit yourself.
So you just come swinging by with Oriana and just.
So yeah, you see Baltan just
Bye drinking.
swipe the bottle, take a big swig, and then hand it back to you. He stepped on your feet a few times, Oriana, but he's generally been trying to give you a good time, and it's taken your mind a little bit off of the previous conversation, although not fully.
Yeah.
That's probably the smoothest and most dexterous thing he's done. Just go stomp on the feet, but sees the bottle, grab, get a big pull.
All right.
Maybe spin it, put it back down, and then back to stepping on the feet.
Yeah. So as you guys finish out the night, enjoying and reveling in a job well done and the success of your last mission, knowing that there's more to come in the morning, eventually you find yourselves back to your rooms and into your beds for a good night's sleep, to find out what exactly the Desert Rose might have in store for you in the morning. And that is where we'll take our break for the evening, as we went quite long. So, guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. We will be back very shortly. We're just going to take a quick restroom break, grab a drink, shake out our legs, and we will be back very, very soon. So please stick around. Don't go anywhere. See you in a few.
Active.
During breaks.
All right, guys, we are back and ready to jump into things. So let me get things started again.
Oh shit.
Here. Okay, so
Mm.
you all wake the next morning, well rested, coming off of a more joyous sort of note, having a good night, feeling successful. You gather your things, get yourselves ready, and head into sort of the main tavern area for breakfast. You're able to procure your breakfast for the morning, some meats and cheeses, some eggs, and coffee or tea for those who want it, or other juices. But you have a nice breakfast in front of you. Is there anything you do, or do you go straight into the HQ area?
Okay. While we are having breakfast, I'm gonna grab Campion. So we talked to Malcolm. He still wants us to go look for the ore, and he said that if we got an extra like 250, 300 gold worth, he could help you work on Greybone.
Because I plan on getting a lot. Or
Okay.
because then I could, do Greybone, and maybe I could. Because I'm thinking about this idea. It's gonna be revolutionary.
Do I
Oh, God.
dare ask?
No, don't do it.
I mean, I'm kind of interested.
What are you thinking? What idea?
I'm frightened.
Okay.
Is it the hummingbird?
If it isn't, then we need to have a talk.
Oh no, that one's on the back burner. I'd have to really file down some really tiny gears for that one. It's gonna take time. But this new idea is gonna change the game, guys.
What game?
Everything.
Every game.
Yeah.
Okay.
The playing field will be even.
We're playing
what's
field.
Of what sport?
We're playing.
Are there sports?
We're playing.
We've never discussed sports.
Probably some type of sport.
Okay. Fantasy sports ball.
Fantasy foosball.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, foosball itself is a rigged game, so you gotta level that playing field.
Anyway, please explain. I am very curious.
I've been thinking, right? Enchanted armors as such. And yeah, like animated armor. But what if a person was in the armor?
Okay.
Like normally, how that works?
Right, people go in armor. Clang, clang.
Yeah, but what if the armor was also animated?
So a person inside armor that moves around independently of the person.
Wouldn't that be a little counterproductive?
Isn't that like kidnapping?
No, it would be connected to the operator's thoughts. So then individuals who can't physically move can now regain their abilities to function.
Okay, so like you would put somebody in the armor who maybe was paralyzed, and they could think, walk, and the armor would walk for them?
Exactly.
So you could turn
Wait, you could
a
do that?
potato into a tin man.
A potato is food. I mean, I could put a potato in the armor, but it wouldn't really fit. But yeah.
Right. Weird potato thing aside, that's very interesting.
Right,
Yes.
you could do that. That's something you're capable of doing.
Well, not right now. Mostly.
Right, if you had to.
Because it's not my expertise of sorts. I do very little enchantment work. So yeah, I would have to Plus, certain metals are easier to hold than others. So I'm thinking the ceruleum could work. It would be easier for efficiency's sake, and then you would also need something that's mobile, but sturdy enough to handle, exterior elements.
Right. Okay. Now I know that define a lot, because he said that area was picked over. That we might have to go a little deeper into the mountain, but I don't know how heavy it is and how much we're going to be able to carry.
Well,
You also mentioned that there could be things living where we would be getting the armor. Or not the armor, the ore.
Something like more like
Also a
alloy.
fair point.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Need some to mix some into some other metals, like an alloy or something. Like whatever steel, this steel.
well, animite would probably be better, but it's expensive.
What?
Fuck, what's the
Adamantine.
And time, I was
Adamantine,
trying
there
not
you
to
go.
say it because
There you
Barry
go.
wouldn't know.
My brain
He was like
is killing
animite.
me,
I was
dude.
like, what the fuck's animite? I guess
Like
it's just made up
Vegemite.
metal. I
Vegemite,
guess
but
we'll just
metal.
go with it.
Well, he was like,
Animite, that's the thing that makes your eyes really big, right?
he also doesn't know what it is.
But
either.
adamantine,
He's like,
yes.
Yeah. he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Right, so find your adamantium.
And adamantine is also very rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, which is also very rare and very expensive. Like if you were to make an entire suit out of it, it would it'd be very expensive. But I'm thinking,
Right.
since ceruleum is here, I could probably see how that's gonna work and see if it could hold. that as
Corellium.
well. Wait, corellium?
Yeah.
Q.
Oh, corellium. That
Oh.
was ceruleum. Got you. Yeah, but with this corellium ore, it would be easier if we can find enough.
DM, I assume when he told us 1,000 gold worth, like he actually specified like a size or a quantity of
Yeah,
ore.
he would have told you. It was quite a large quantity.
Yeah.
Probably take up most of your bag of holding.
That's why we have two.
But he also did say that
It was.
he's not sure how much is left there and how
Yeah.
much extra you're going to get
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
without going like really deep in. And even if you go deeper in, like he's just not sure. He said he's been mining this area for many years, so
Yeah.
you don't really know what you're going to find in there. If you're even going to find 1,000 gold worth, you might have to come back with less. You don't know.
Right.
I think this is I think it's a good idea to get as much as we can find, but I think we also need to balance the risks of going too deep into the mines.
Fair point.
It already sounds like where we are going, there may be very little. So, I'm just worried. I mean, the last time we were all, sorry, Campion, you weren't with us at the time, but the last time we went deep into a mine, we all nearly got drowned by a angry spirit creature.
Right, but to be fair, that specific mine was haunted. This one seems to be far less haunted, like 95% less haunted.
I
We were
would
going to that mine to kill that creature.
That as well, yes, thank you.
again, yes, I'm recognizing that the differences exist. Just that I don't know what normally lives in mines. I assume cave bears are probably the calmest thing that would live in the mountains in mines. So just something to keep in mind.
Melody
not
does
be-
have a point about
Just-
being prepared and being wise about what we do, and
Right.
This
um,
isn't
That's
going into
why
the
we
mountains to hunt aurochs and mountain lions. This is
buy some extra picks and some explosives, and we can go mining.
It's,
Well, yeah. I mean, I wish I was able to study the locate object spell. If I could probably.
I know that one.
I actually prepared that today. However, Campion, you and Balzaine weren't with us, but we were given very explicit instructions by Lex, because we screwed up real bad here and could not be trusted to take care of what she needed to take care of. She has already been to Malcolm and picked up the package.
Mm-hmm.
And we are to take care of literally anything and everything that the town needs before we leave.
Well, we are kind of doing that because this guy needs the ore, so...
Yes,
Right.
specifically though, the Desert Rose has a job board. We, as a group, are going to clear that.
I was gonna say,
I'm
this is
confused. Why?
We owe Lex several favors. One of them was going to be pick up this package. We kind of shit the bed there, and now she's calling in a marker for us to help out around the town to try to make up for everything that happened and also repay one of her favors at the same time. So that's what we're going to have to do.
Not to mention our coffers are a bit low anyway, and stocking back up on gold and items might not be a bad idea. My own personal rations are almost out, as it were. I know that the cart has a few weeks prepared for us, but...
I'm running low on rations, and before we go out anywhere, I would like to pick up a new water skin, because I gave mine to the man we rescued, and I never got another one, and I've been just like borrowing off of Quinn or Melody when I was thirsty. So
we can definitely fix that easy enough.
I was gonna say, yeah, because this aside, we are still in debt, I should say. I guess another favor. We are supposed to be helping out Aaron and
that as well.
Right.
And this is all before we even get to what we were supposed to be doing, getting back to Atrill.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly out of the way.
Right.
Well, it is.
Exactly
I mean, it is out of the way
Yeah.
from Etril.
Yeah,
Thing.
we're gonna go. Yeah, we have to kind of wrap around.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's east,
But it is closer to where you currently are than if you went to Atril and then tried to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we did
Yeah,
tell
a
her we
lot.
would
'Cause it's
do
on
that
at least the
before
same
we left
continent.
the continent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we told her we would take care of that before we left the continent, because she will come see us in Zuma to collect what we're to collect for her.
We also need to consider the fact that our cart is not exactly prepped for jungle travel, and we would likely need some pretty hefty funds to ensure something like that.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I could just do them like modifications.
Well, we may still need parts and such for
Yes,
modifications to be done. Not that we're doubting your work.
But now that we're a part of this, and then he kind of pulls out of his pocket weird Desert Roses club thing. Don't we get like discounts now?
We do, but we should
Yes.
also be doing our job. Also, maybe put that on, because you're not safe from being robbed and stuff if you're not wearing it.
Yeah,
We're supposed to wear it in town.
That was explicitly stated, yeah.
And again, the issue also remains that we really only have not that much gold between all of us at this point. And while the parts are going to be necessary, we still need money to buy the parts. We do not want to be without gold if we can avoid it.
There's also that.
We also don't even know. There could be... Aiden mentions that sometimes people offer up powerful objects, which could be useful to us.
Campion, I understand that you don't owe Lex favors, but we do, and we sort of owe our lives
A few times over at this point.
a few times over. I'm just going to go on record and say that whether or not y'all want to take care of what we've been asked to do, I will be taking responsibility, because I know that what we did was terrible, and we failed here, and I would like to continue to do well as we did before.
I agree. We did a great wrong. We're going to do as much good as we can to try to achieve some sort of balance. Also, you try telling that woman you're not going to do as she asks. She can shoot you from a continent away and not miss. I'd like to make sure she was on our side and happy about it.
Not to mention, Campions, that if we ingratiate ourselves quite well here, that also helps you in the long run as well. If your quarry ever shows up here.
I'm pretty sure I already tried using that one.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm adding on to that, saying that the more favor he has here, the more likely the Desert Rose is to help him if he comes into town. After all, they said that we can ask for help and be asked of help.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I understand you guys have to do your thing. I'm not really a part of the thing, so I'll stay here and figure some stuff out, logistics-wise, to get the cart modified while you guys do your jobs to appease this Liz person and to supposedly atone for your wrongdoings.
I mean, we don't know
Our wrongdoings.
You were also there, and this is sort of a group.
Yes. Well, I don't assume that it was wrong. They stole
don't-
from us.
Campion, make
penalty-
another Constitution save for me, please.
Okay, cool beans. Okay, hold on. That is an 8.
Chest starts to burn, and
Oh.
and you feel that metallic tang and see on the end of your hand blood once more.
Campion,
Do
are
we
you
see
alright?
that?
Yeah,
Like the
you see
blood.
it.
I'm
He's
seeing
right
the
there.
I was making sure, like, the blood, if it was, like, visible. Or
Oh
if
yeah,
it's
this
just, like-
time it's you see it like get
Okay.
through the hand a little bit.
Yeah, like I
as
didn't
he
have a
pulls
chance
it.
to hide it or anything.
Yeah, as he
so
pulls
yeah.
Okay.
it back, you see it.
Are you alright? You need any sort of healing or
I'm fine.
medicine?
I'm fine.
You coughed up blood. That's the opposite of fine. Blood's supposed to stay in your body. I don't know if you know that. That's where it belongs, is inside, not coming up through your mouth.
Campion, when we first met, you mentioned you were sick.
Yes, I am very, very sick.
Exactly how?
I'm dying.
You're dying.
Yes.
Fairness.
That's what
y'all.
all of the healers and doctors and witch doctors my parents took me to when I was a kid told me was happening to me. Though their first diagnosis was that I was going to die by the time I was like 12. But proved them wrong.
Everyone who's looking at Campion, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Also, while we're on this subject,
Nope. That one.
23.
11.
Oh, 16.
19.
Peregrine and Quinn,
Yes.
for a brief flash of a second, Campion's eyes go from being his normal, natural color to being a red iris with like a goat-like pupil.
Oh, shit.
Or it flashes away, and it's like you. Did you see that? Like, it's so instantaneous.
Okay.
Interesting.
And then you
That's-
look again as he's talking, and you're just like, I don't know. That was weird. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
Okay. The cough with the blood, does that remind me of anything I saw back home, like
Nope.
the initial symptoms? Nope. Okay.
Totally
That's what I
different.
thought. Totally different. Awesome. Campion, you most certainly are not fine.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm not fine. It's called being optimistic. I literally told you I'm dying. So.
Right. I understand that. Also, and I'm just going to be bluntly honest right now, it's a bit of an asshole thing to say that folks that steal ought to die. The penalty for theft should not be a person's life.
No, I'm not saying the penalty should be immediately death. I'm saying that they took it from us, or they acquired it. They did not allow us to try to explain or prove so. And a fight broke out. And at the end of the day, they were the ones that didn't survive the whole interaction. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that in my eyes, that's just how life is.
I don't think we're ever going to reach a compromise.
Yeah,
on
I'm not.
this.
Yeah, no. I think you're wrong, and that's fine. And I'm not going to argue with you because I don't think that you and I have the same moral compass. And that's fine. I'm not passing judgment. However, I will say this. I don't think we supposedly did wrong here. I think that everyone, with, I guess, the exception of camping, can understand and agree with me there.
I have a proposition for the group if you would like to hear it, Harry.
Sure. By all means.
Technically, Campion does not owe a debt to our friend Lex. He's met her but the one time, maybe. And he is well within his right to not want to have to participate in these tasks. Though I can respect his difference of opinion on that. However, Campion, the ore is meant for you if we find enough. Are you willing to at least come with us to the mountain?
Well, yeah, I'm coming for the ore because I also want ore.
Right.
And I would also appreciate, mostly my payment would be into working the ore. I'm just trying to get ore and learn how to use it. It's just, I'm not trying to do jobs here.
Understandable. And if the rest of their jobs do not require us to leave the city, then perhaps we would be fine with him working on the cart to make sure that the cart is ready when we need it.
I agree. I mean, he is by no means beholden to Liz the way that we are.
Lex.
Or Lex.
I don't want to be beholden to Liz.
Or
That's
Aaron.
Lex.
Aaron. Or Aaron.
I mean, Aaron did kind of save his life.
Yeah, but the favor that she asked was for
No, I
the
know.
resurrection,
Yeah.
not for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's a debt.
No, but that.
Not
but
what
Yeah, but
that's
she's
it's
asking
up
for,
to
like,
Campion
yeah.
on whether he sees that as such or not. Like the
Yeah.
original deal was for
Yeah,
the
the
components
resurrection.
that she used to help you for Dobby.
Right.
I also I don't see I see this more as we made a choice and there's always consequences with choices. Be there how you feel about the consequences. I will say I understand this is our consequence for our choice for doing this, but I think it is good that actually that Lex did take the communicator from us. We need to stand on our own 2 feet.
Wait, what? I was gonna
I
study
agree.
that thing.
Well, it
Well-
wasn't yours to study, and it technically was not ours to have. It was
Nope.
on loan.
And
Also,
she
you
took
weren't
it
the
back.
only one who wanted to study it. I've been looking into it for a while
The
now.
more favors and debts we collect up, we've spent already 3 days here or in the mountains. We are unfortunately darkness will not put on pause for us, will not apply to our schedules.
Agreed.
Agreed, but at the same time, we do not want to make enemies of the people most qualified to help
I'm
us.
not disagreeing with that. I understand again, like we have consequences to our choices. Everything has consequences. Nothing is free. I'm just saying, the more we prolong, be it for good reason or bad reason, the more things get out of our grasp, so to speak.
I agree. I think that our best bet, and I also agree that it is far past time for us to stand on our own. We've been relying upon others to keep us alive, to keep us going, and if we do that, we will never be able to do what needs to be done. I think that we should abide by a deal, help these people as best we can. This town does need us, and we did agree to do a favor, and that favor has now become help this town.
Correct.
We take care of that, and we keep moving. Baltaim has a very good point. Darkness is not going to wait for us.
Listen, I think we should get started. You're burning the daylight.
Quinn, I saw you talk to Aiden last night. Did you happen to find out how we go about acquiring the jobs that he needs done?
That's why I was talking to him. We just go and we ask, and he gives us a lowdown on what's available.
All right.
And I told him we're basically going to be clearing their slate.
All right.
He was not surprised.
Well, he has been talking to Lex.
Hence why he
She
wasn't
just knows
surprised.
everyone.
At this point, she
Well,
might.
she did
Well-
direct us to this place, you know.
And I suppose if you save the world, you're entitled to know quite a few people.
Well, she knows people in Avonhurst, she knows people in Seriton,
And
she knows
directed
people
us to that place too.
in Sarissima, in... it's just amazing to me. It's
I mean, I assume she's directing us to places she's been to before.
Quite possible.
quite possible, indeed.
I will say this, Cambion, if we work our butts off and make right what we've done wrong and actually do what we owe Lex, she might give us back the communicator.
Or let you see her guns.
I don't think Quinn, don't make promises that you
Maybe
can't
not
keep.
her guns, maybe some guns.
I would not make that promise, Quinn.
I
would not
don't
even
think she
suggest
would
that.
hesitate to show her guns to anyone. It's just the
She
context.
told him to grab it before,
That's
very
true.
close
She
to
might
us.
show him while she's shooting him in the face.
There's that.
But anyway, I agree with Melody. Daylight's burning. Let's find Aiden.
All right.
Okay, so you guys get up from the table, head by the bartender, and he kind of looks at you expectantly.
We say
Oh, come on.
the passphrase, which I
I
wrote
have it.
down.
Yeah,
I
that's
also
easy.
wrote it
I
down.
have it written down.
Then don't be all
The
begrudging
flower
about it. We
blooming
knew
in
we
the
had to.
desert proves to the world that adversity can be overcome.
Okay. He nods, and you see him go and shift something, and you hear the open up, and he motions for you to head into the opening. around
What
the
would it
bend.
be
Yeah,
if we
as
just
they're
forgot
saying
the
it-
password immediately?
Yeah, Campion is just like kind of whispering like over kind of the like bullets and everything. It's like, why do they have such an elaborate like passphrase? Like, what happened to just like open sesame here? Like,
I think the fact that you guessed it probably is the reason why they wouldn't have it be said.
You guys continue and make your way down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
That happens.
You continue having your conversation, but you get to the area. You see the Goliath woman again. She lets you by, and in the corner, this time sort of by himself, reading some kind of paper. You see Aiden at the bar. You see Lex and Fulton, and as you guys come in, they kind of stand up and head over, sort of leaning against the side of the booth, listening in on the conversation. As you step up, Aiden says, "Well, hello.
Good
How
morning.
can I help you this morning? Have a good night."
We did, and do appreciate all the fun from last night. We just wanted to make sure we could go ahead and get started on what work we're going to be doing.
Right. Well, I can tell you about a few of the things that we've had happen. So, first, north of Cagebarrow, there was a weird star that fell from the sky and crashed. We haven't yet had time to check it out, but if you're able to go and see what might have come down, you'll get 1,000 gold. And if you bring back anything of interest, we can see if it's useful for the town, or if you want to keep it yourselves. I think it's about, based on where it fell, half a day north of the city. You should be able to see where it is.
Oh,
All right.
Yes. Like an asteroid or a meteor or something like that.
Rocket containing an infant that's going to be adopted by some farmers. Whatever.
I'll tell you. Go ahead and make a history.
yeah. I was like, I don't know if I know what this might be, but okay. History.
Yeah.
God damn it. Why am I not good at anything?
You got this.
15,
I
okay.
pat him on the back.
Okay.
16's not
You
bad.
remember when you were initially traveling to Cagebarrow, that shooting star in the sky.
That's true.
Could this be it? Maybe. Neat. But it's kind of like
Continuity.
We
Kind
saw
of-
a shooting star?
Yeah,
He
I
did
you
on
really
his
didn't.
watch.
He did
Oh,
on
he
his
did.
watch.
He did.
He did on
Okay.
his watch.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Then he says, this one. Another is there's been reports of a large worm southeast of the town. It seems to be agitated by something and moving closer. We're getting a bit worried. It's in a valley in the dunes. We need someone to go and figure out why it's getting closer and either divert it away or deal with it. That one, 2,000 gold. And the final one that we have at the moment. There's been weird reports of strange floating creatures seen east of the city. Children have reported it. Said it was weird and scary. It might just be a story, or it might be them playing a prank. They said they've seen it wandering in the desert just east of the town.
Okay.
Strange
it
lights
could-
east of the town.
No,
Creature-
strange floating
creatures.
creature or something.
Creatures.
I don't know how valid that information is. They are children, but we have to take a look at anything that might be a threat to the city. So we're just asking for someone to take a gander, and if there's anything, just either find a way to figure out what it is, if it's anything actually serious, or just bring back information if it isn't. If it is,
Okay.
again, divert it or find a way to remove it. But again, if it seems like something that is really serious and you won't be able to handle it alone, you can always come back and we can figure out something together. But
Okay.
again, I don't think it's anything real serious, but you never know.
Just outside the town, east of the city.
Yeah,
or-
just east. So the first one is north. The second one is southeast,
Okay.
and
Southeast.
the third is east.
And these children, do you know if they saw this in the morning, the night, afternoon time period? They saw this.
I believe we've had reports mostly during the day.
Okay.
We have a few in the early evening, but most kids, they don't tend to be wandering the desert in the late evenings. more than-
Right.
And this is just right outside of town, just off to the east, yeah?
Maybe about half an hour out of town.
Okay.
Right, so that's the closest thing. Delightful.
The worm problem, is that an urgent issue, or...
Well, I mean, if it comes here and destroys the entire town, that's probably a problem. But I believe it's probably, at this point, the last time we got a trimmer seemed to be maybe about another half a day's travel or so. So
Okay.
it's not far. It's getting
Okay.
closer.
Mhm.
But I don't think it'll be here tomorrow. It doesn't seem to be specifically burrowing directly for the tan. It seems to just be getting closer and closer. So
Okay.
So, Campion, I don't know about you, but Fallen Star, does that not pique your interest? Maybe to join on that one at least.
we've had a few. That one happened maybe about 5 days to a week ago, I believe. Something around there. We have had a few strange sightings by merchants and things like that of discoloration of the desert in that area.
Okay.
But most people have been avoiding it. We just haven't. We've had other issues, as you've seen, to deal with recently.
Right.
What are we thinking?
Well,
The worm seems the greatest threat, but the other things could potentially be just as dangerous.
You see, we save that one for the last, and then we handle the other two first.
well,
That way we can.
I would say we handle that first.
the
Really?
worm.
Yeah, well, if it's closest thing, or it's the second farthest thing, but it's pose the most threat.
I mean, if it is the same kind of thing that killed Dobby,
right,
I agree with
understand.
Baltaim.
Yeah,
We might want to handle the worm problem first.
and he said,
Avert potential disaster.
he said it's not burrowing. It might be just like I said, agitated by something. Maybe if we can not necessarily get rid of the worm, but whatever's bothering it.
Right, and then make it go away.
And then-
Yeah,
Have a-
generally worms don't come into civilized areas. We're built on relatively rocky ground here, so it wouldn't have an easy time burrowing under the city or anything like that. It's a bit strange. They usually stick to the deserts and forage for food that moves across the deserts themselves.
Right.
Generally like being lonesome and laying silent until something comes along that doesn't even know that they're under the dunes. But this one, its movement patterns have been pretty weird, and it is getting closer. But I don't think it's specifically. From the reports, it doesn't seem like it's specifically, like I said, ready to burrow into the city. There's something else. That's why I'm saying I think there's something else going on.
Like something is encroaching on its territory, and it is having
Perhaps, and it's moving, or something is forcing it this direction.
Right. Well,
Okay.
well, we will be doing all of this. So, the other thing.
I have a potential proposition. We could do with a little bit of prep work. And there is the stories with the children. I know it doesn't seem the highest priority.
But it is the closest.
It is close. It is potential that we could solve that issue, or at least get more information,
Mm-hmm.
since there is not a lot of clarity about it. And then perhaps from there better prepare ourselves for the other things that we have to accomplish. The worm seems to be something that is a high-risk scenario, given our past experiences with it.
I imagine so.
I'm not overly fond of the idea of trying to fight another of those creatures
No.
after what happened.
You've dealt with a worm already.
The last time we fought 3.
Oh,
Sure.
no, you definitely don't want to fight more than one. This is a single. This is a single creature.
Just one. I mean, I don't
Generally, they don't. They don't. At least around here, don't tend to pack up. I guess is the right word. They
Yeah.
tend to be lonesome creatures.
About how large is this thing? Do you have any idea from the reports?
Hey, large. Let me see. Well, if you've seen other worms, probably about the same size as the other worms you've seen. They're fairly
Okay.
large creatures, maybe.
Yeah.
Small, medium-sized builder.
15 to 20 feet and
All right.
across, and how tall is dependent on how much of their body comes out of the sands.
Right. I
Right.
just wanted to make sure this was the same thing we were familiar with, and not some sort of other larger.
I mean,
super
there
worm or-
there are multiple species of worm in the desert.
Right.
So I can't say this is the exact type you've dealt with before, but it is a worm, and generally most of them are fairly similar.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
That's good enough. I just wanted to make sure we were dealing with the same thing, like at least on a size type spectrum, not something that was large enough to take us all in its mouth in one go, and then, well, you got to find new people and try and take care of that issue. That would be just awful.
Yes, agreed. But yes, this is a singular worm, and whatever is causing it to be agitated and coming this this way. So if there are other creatures that are corralling it or forcing it this way, I couldn't tell you. We've only seen signs of its burrowing closer. We haven't had a good chance to really go and inspect the valley.
Okay.
Check out the thing to the east and see how
We
feel
also
afterwards.
need to find a second Telleric. Also, I don't know. Maybe we don't need to take Telleric.
Well, we probably don't need to take them.
If it's just a half day's journey, I don't think we're gonna need the cart. But
No, we could probably get there and back on
half
foot.
days on foot, Aiden.
Yeah.
okay.
Never mind. So, yeah,
Probably
definitely
if you're going to any of these places, you don't want to take your ride. Just in case, your ride might be a little heavy, and if there is a worm, you might be able to tell.
Yeah,
you're a little lighter of foot than that is. Not to say that it couldn't detect you either, but much less of a chance.
Right. Agreed. All right. In that case.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to make a dumb joke.
Oh, well. In that case, I agree with Melody and Ball. Let's take care of. Let's go look in on these children and the story they're telling.
Mm-hmm.
Since it's the closest, and then move on from there. I'd like to make best use of our time, because if we solve this problem quickly enough, we can move on to the next.
Say whichever one we don't take up for the next day. I am curious about this star, fallen star.
I agree. I'm also quite curious about that, but I think going half day north means we would likely not be able to deal with the worm until day 3 or so.
Yeah. No,
which seems a bit risky.
Wait.
All right.
You on which you're gonna do first, but those are the most pressing at the moment.
All right. Well, let's head east and see what we find, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should try and find some children first. Maybe see get the story firsthand.
That's actually really smart. I did not think
not
that.
a bad idea.
That's a really good idea.
Do you happen to know anyone specifically that said they saw it, that we could go maybe?
No, I've only got the reports from my my guard.
Okay.
And they said the kids have said it's about half an hour to an hour out of the east of the city.
Right.
Sounds good.
Let's see if we find any kids on the way, and then
Sure.
If not,
we can possibly ask them.
Good luck, and let me know if you need to come back and if you need anything else.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, off we go.
As you turn,
Hooray.
You do see sort of Lex and Fulton looking at you. Lex doesn't really make a move. Fulton and Campion, I'll say at this point, now that there's not a lot of people, you don't see multiple guns, but you do see an interesting long gun strapped across Lex's back. As well as like very much like gadgets like you on like her gauntlets and her gloves and things like that. But Fulton just says, Peregrine?
Yeah.
Do you mind if can I just talk to you for just a second?
Yeah. I'll meet y'all outside.
All right.
And then I'm gonna hang back and talk to Fulton.
He just pulls you aside and he says, Lex and I have to head out. We have obvious business in other places, and of course, our group is still looking into this whole, Tharsdoon mess. So we won't be able to stay, but I just really wanted to say that I believe that you guys you'll be fine out there, and I'm sorry about last night. I didn't know it would go that way, but I wanted to give you something. I said I've traveled a lot of places, and I figured that this would be something nice. And I kind of made it, and I think it'll last at least through the journeys that you guys take. And then he pulls out this what would almost be like a corsage, and there are a set of a ring of flowers around the corsage. 5 of them. And you recognize one. A sort of like a white sort of lilyish flower that grows in the Forest of Whispers.
Okay.
And then you also see a red flower that you remember seeing in the grove of the Soak Oshiden. And then you see these other 3 flowers. You see this like light blue flower. You can't really make out the type of it. You see this like aqua-ish flower that almost seems out of place compared to the other ones. And then you see a sort of like a green vine-ish type of flower. And then you see this little device below it that would clip onto your cloak or your coat. And he says, here. It's not up to me to tell you where to find all of your people, but each is a flower from where they are.
Oh.
And I have no doubt you'll have the opportunity to meet them all at some point. I think sometimes you find things when you're not looking for them as hard. And I think the journey that you're taking is going to lead you to a lot of the same places that it led me and my friends. So, but at least I thought, you have a piece of them to take with you wherever you go.
Thank you.
And he just like, can I?
Yeah,
he asks to like
sure.
place it, and he like places it on your like lapel of your cloak, and he says, the device just keeps them fresh. They shouldn't die. So that should keep them going at least. So you have something to look at, and just be careful.
Yeah.
And he and as he like puts the flower down, he kind of like takes your hand, gives it a kiss, and pulls you in for a hug, and he just whispers in your ear, and he just says, I believe in you. I think you guys can do this, and I know that you'll find your people and you'll figure out what's going on. But I think it's something you need to do.
Right.
And he pulls away, and you see Lex kind of like rolling her eyes. Just being like, are we ready? Can we go now, Fulton? And he's like, you told me to be better with people. She's just like, ugh, you're gross. And then he's just like, okay, well, see you next time. Good luck and stay safe.
Bye. And don't worry about last night. It was my fault too.
You'll figure it out.
All right. Thank you.
And they kind of like let you go.
Yeah.
As you head up the stairs. You see them turning back to just talk to Aiden for a minute.
Okay. We'll head outside and meet everybody else.
All right. So you guys wait for maybe 5 minutes or so. And eventually Peregrine joins you. And you have the day ahead of you. It's still relatively early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's head east and maybe if we run into any small children,
Found some kids.
we'll
Yeah.
ask.
Okay.
And I've got
Yeah.
my shawl on.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
start.
Got my pens.
Yeah, I get the thing.
So you guys start heading back sort of towards the courtyard and where all the main roads sort of split. And you head back towards, you start heading back towards the side that you had actually left to go out towards the mountains. That's the eastern side of the city.
Mhm.
As you make your way through town, it's weird. You feel like you're being followed. But as you look around, nothing really stands out to you. You see various passers-by going about their business. You see a Telleric being led by a merchant down the thoroughfare. Some merchants pulling their carts. A few stray animals roaming the streets. There's a couple of dogs. A few lizards skittering to and fro. And a goat.
A lot of animals.
But you look around and you don't see any person specifically watching you. It doesn't look like anyone's following you.
Mm-hmm.
To continue?
Yeah. I would like to try to just, if there's, I don't know, like an alley we could cut down and then get back to the main street.
Okay.
I want to just try and like do that a few times and see if it still feels like we're being followed.
Meanwhile, I would like to be actually like paying closer attention to our surroundings to see if I spot anybody.
Okay. So as you guys continue for like a couple more minutes and you're about to go down another alley, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Cool.
Like, why are we going down this alley?
26.
I don't know if I should even bother, but
So you guys begin to turn
16,
down the alley.
I shouldn't.
You guys begin to turn down. Well, both of you see this. You guys begin to turn down the alley, and as you do, nothing. Like, it doesn't seem like anyone's following you, except you do see that goat.
The goat.
Yeah, as it starts trotting down the alley. Meh.
Okay.
Does Oriana see the goat?
Yeah, now you do. As you're like turned down the alley and you guys are like all like wondering what's going on. All you see is like a goat kind of like hop and kind of get into the edge of the alley and just kind of look at you all. Meh. Meh.
Swear to God, if you try to adopt this goat,
I am going to reach down and activate my ring of animal influence and expend, I think it's one charge. Yeah, expend one charge to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You cast Speak with Animals, and what do you do?
I literally can we help you?
Oh my God! Someone understands me.
Oh!
Oh
man.
I am Walad Al-Din. This is not my form. Please. This is terrible. How can you please help me?
All right, I gotta go, guys. This is too great. I gotta go.
and he retires from D&D
I've been
forever.
this has been for days and days. Please.
Days.
Days?
Yes.
How did this happen?
Oh, I was making a deal here in the city. I am quite well off as a merchant, and I must have dealt with the wrong person. They have cursed me in this form. Please, if you are able to undo this curse, I can do anything for you. I money. I could give you many gold. An item. I have many enchanted items. Or I can take you somewhere, anywhere. You just need to give me the location, and I can take you there. Of course, doesn't need to be right away, but I am happy to be at your service.
I'm putting like fruits and nuts out of my pocket for my rations. And it's like trying to feed them.
As you do, he goes, oh, this is delicious. No, I do not want this. You see how terrible this is. This is so good. Oh, I do not like this form.
Okay. Okay. So y'all, this goat is not really a goat.
And as you see, look at this goat now, you actually see a medallion around the neck, and the medallion has an inscription that says "Return to Walad el-Din."
Okay, so we need to return the goat to that person?
This goat says that he is that person.
Like the fruits and nuts.
And it's still eating.
He does not like that he does like the nuts and fruits because he does not like being this form. He says he was cursed. Can you show us where you lived? Where you live?
I'm a merchant. I was here for trade.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
He's from out of town.
Okay.
Peregrine.
That's interesting.
I don't mean to how you say don't take this the wrong way. Are you joking with us?
I just point at the ring. No.
Harry doesn't really make many jokes.
Well, that's why I was asking. I wasn't trying to be offensive towards your sense of humor. Just
all right.
this is something that I would do or something so I'm just a little confused.
So what does he want us to do?
He wants us to remove the curse.
I have a spell that's named that specific task, but I didn't make sure I had it ready today.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
such is life, I suppose. I can dispel some magic of some sort, maybe. I think that might do it.
I mean...
Is it anything like when you turn into an animal where they take a lot of damage, they revert?
I want to try that.
No, I don't think so.
He used the word cursed.
He's cursed, not transformed.
Anyone who is proficient with Arcana can make an Arcana check.
Not me.
Yeah, no.
Well, I'm not proficient, but I do have expertise. 28.
Dang.
Oriana, other than wild shapes, which is inherent in the sort of druidic magics, there are spells that can polymorph creatures into other creatures. But the polymorph that you've ever heard of is transient. However, there is very, very strong magic that can actually change a creature's entire structure and force them into a body or an object that they were not once of. And holding it for long enough will keep them in that form unless dispelled.
Okay, so this has been going on for a while, y'all. Like several days.
So, yeah, there was a story I once read as a little girl. The Princess and the Polymorph. Long story short, evil witch cast a spell on this guy, and he became a frog, and he was a frog for all eternity and stuff. And he said, this is not important. The point being that the spell was quite powerful, and it required very powerful magics to dispel it. So, Quinn, that spell that you can cast, I think that would work. I don't know. The magic is going to be very... It either will work guaranteed, or it may require a few attempts.
Right.
Well,
I mean, I suppose I can give it a try.
Because the magic she used in the storybook was true love's kiss. It's not.
I'm not kissing the
not
goat, so what else we got?
well, may I remove your amulet for a moment?
No, you cannot take it. If I don't have it, then no one will know.
I will put it back on you when I'm done. Does anybody here have detect magic? I don't have it
I can
prepared.
do that with it staying on if it seems reluctant.
Campion's just raising his hand. He's like, yeah.
Campion, can you see if you sense any magic specifically on the amulet? I want to see if he's cursed because he's wearing it, or if he's cursed because his body was cursed.
Got you. So Campion's gonna, bring down his glasses and start flicking through his lenses.
You're taking the 10 minutes to do detect magic as a ritual.
Fuck it, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So you start seeing Campion like inspecting all around this goat. Like that's how he's doing this ritual. He's like, focusing on a certain. The goat stands there but seems like confused.
He's gonna see if there's any magic that's on your
Of
amulet.
course, there's
specifically.
magic. I've been turned into a goat.
No, on the amulet you're wearing.
No, the amulet was so that I had a chance to.
Oh.
Anyway, after 10 minutes, nothing on the amulet.
What's on the goat?
Transmutation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
It's kind of what I was thinking after I made
So
the
it is
suggestion.
just radiating very strong transmutation.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Well,
I do have the ability to try and dispel something.
do you
I
want to
can
try
try
to
it.
dispel it? And if that doesn't work, then
Yes. Dispel.
All right. 1 moment, please. Quinn, Kenneth, if you could do the honors.
Wait. Hold on. I'm learning from my mistake last time. And I will take out my violin.
Okay.
Here comes a heel. Do 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 do.
Okay.
That was nice. Okay.
All right. So go
I
ahead,
appreciate.
I
Quinn,
wanted a
and
little bit
roll
more, but yeah,
a
that was good.
d20 plus your wisdom mod.
Okay. Would I be able to try to guide myself on this as well?
Let me just see this.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is nuts.
I
in like
love
the
it.
best way.
I expended a charge.
Yeah.
Just need to see it. Yeah, I guess so. I don't see it.
Okay, cool. So, I would like to just sort of reach up and grab the holy symbol and just mutter, I swear if this isn't my good deed for the day, and just count that as casting guidance. And then I'm going to try to dispel magic on this dude. So, D20 plus my wisdom, you say. So, all right. Let's do that. Come on. So, okay, that's 17.
Oh shit!
Plus my wisdom is +4, and I was inspired, so I never remember D8.
D8, yeah.
Thank you.
D8.
I'm sorry, I never remember what it is. I probably should. Okay, +4. And then, because I guided himself, plus a d4, +2.
Jeez.
That's a lot of numbers.
27.
There, thank you. Someone mathed for me.
Yeah, I was doing the math as you went along. Dang.
Yeah. So as you concentrate, you feel the energy kind of forcing itself against you. But you are able to break through, and as the magic takes hold, you watch as his form shifts back into a human, dark-skinned man, longish hair, finely crafted goatee, dark eyes, wearing finely crafted clothing, and he kind of looks at himself and he says, "Oh, thank you so much. Thank you." And he goes and he shakes your hand. He says, please, what can I give you?
I hadn't put that much thought into it because I didn't know if that was going to work.
Did Perry say what he was offering? Or...
He said gold, an item, or transportation anywhere he knows the location of that can be used at any time.
But did Perry tell us that or not?
Yeah.
Because that was him as a goat saying that. Or
Yeah,
is
I
he
would
now
have been, like-
I
reiterating
assume
that?
she was reiterating everything to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was reiterating it.
I normally assume that's what
I
happens.
only quoted the funny bits that made, like, gave a good reaction.
Yeah, for comedy.
Please, money. If you're looking for money, I can give you 10,000 gold. If you're looking for an item, I can give you an item. If you're looking for a way to get somewhere very quickly, I can help you do that.
I don't mean to take over, but have you been to Riverend before?
Yes, a major city, yes.
Okay. Well, not now, but I know. Once
No,
we
you can
finish-
call upon me. I will give you a way.
Okay.
That is a possibility. You said some sort of item also? I just want to make sure we got all our options on the table for this, which is quite possibly the strangest thing I've ever done, and a compelling argument to the whole, am I living the life that I'm living, or insane, just lying
Yes,
in a bed?
you tell me the type of item you'd be interested in, and I can see if I have something of that nature.
Okay, this is...
A lot of choices I didn't realize I had at my fingertips at this moment.
I mean, to
Unfortunately,
be
you kind of have to make the decision soon, as I do not want to stay in this town any longer than I already have.
Oh, no,
No,
we
that's fair.
understand.
That's fair.
I understand.
I'm
will-
going to go ahead and just put this out there as an option. We are going to need travel from Zuma to Riverend,
That's what I
and
was
that
thinking
would
of.
expedite the process by weeks.
It would save us quite a bit of time and effort. So I can use magic to call you at some point later. So if we are someplace like, I don't know, say, here or Zuma or what have you, and we need to get to Riverend, is that something you could do?
Oh, yes, I was actually going to give you this. And he pulls out another pendant. You see the pendant, the one that he has, he takes it off and he like throws it on the ground and kind of grinds it into the dirt. He's like, fucking thing. He pulls out another medallion and he says, this shall give you the ability to call on me. If you choose the location of transport, I will give this over to you. And when you have need of me, you simply call my name and I will hear you and be able to come to you.
Magically? Or are you a magic man?
I would like to insight check this former goat, because I want to make sure he's on the level.
Okay, go ahead and make an insight check.
Because this is... Man, he's making a lot of promises. 18.
Well, I mean, we did just fix his goat problem.
He seems
but,
genuinely trying to give you something for helping him. He does
Okay.
not at all seem to be
I get paranoid when I get offered the entire world in one sitting, so...
To be honest, I think transport would be an ideal choice. We can earn gold,
and find items.
but
But,
getting to Riverend as quickly as possible when we are done in Zuma would probably be very beneficial. given how pressing our current situation is.
Not to mention,
So location then?
this is also a very I'm going to go ahead and tell you all. This is a very selfish choice on my end.
Oh no,
I'm
it's completely selfish on my end as well.
I mean, we all need to go there. The reasons as to why are somewhat immaterial if the entire group needs to go to one location, don't you think? You can want to go there wherever it is, but if we all need to go there, then that's your
Melody,
thing.
I understand how urgent getting to River Inn is for you. And that's another reason I think that a location is the best option.
I think so, yeah.
If
'cause-
my home were in the kind of danger yours is, potentially, I'd want to hurry too.
Yeah. Yeah, so I
Location,
think that... yes.
Yes.
okay.
Future transport, because that's going to do us the most favors.
Okay, here you go.
Mm.
And he hands the medallion. He puts the medallion in your hand.
Okay.
Do be aware. It is one-time use, so use it when you need me.
Of
Yes.
course. One other thing. Who exactly is it you made this deal with that made you into a goat temporarily? I'd like to make sure that if we know who this is, we can avoid ever crossing them in any substantial or insubstantial way.
He just smiles at you and says, "That's for me to know, and you to never find out. Good luck."
But are you a
And he
magic-
turns and
Oh,
walks
God.
out of the alley.
Did we just get pranked by another
And
god?
just walks out of your vision, turns to one side.
I'm like really thinking we just got pranked by another god.
I like
Okay.
this, like wait, so like I'm gonna like look where he walks. He's like gone.
Oh,
He's a
gosh.
magic man.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe next time we find another goat, we eat it.
Well, this was very beneficial. I don't know if we should just eat.
What was this gentleman's name again? Because
Yeah, I need to write it down.
Walad
I would
Aldin.
like to see
Walad
where he
Aldin.
crunched the necklace.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not broken or anything like that because it's like
Yeah.
a medallion of some kind of metal. It looks gold, but when you pick it up, you can tell it's not real gold.
Yeah.
It's probably some impure like copper or iron or something like that that's been colored gold.
Got you.
But you see it. It just says like on the front of this medallion. It just says "Return to Walad Aldin." On the front of it.
Kingpin's gonna lick this medallion.
God.
you lick
You
so many
taste-
things.
Metal,
Yeah.
sand, and dirt.
Lead pink.
Mm.
You're even more sick.
And then you start.
No, but you just taste, and you like nibble on it a little bit. It's metal. It's not.
Champion, I know you're dying, but I wouldn't push you along your process by just licking things off the floor.
It's like, well, I just wanted to know, like,
What it tasted like?
well, no, I mean, was it? I wanted to see if it was real, you know.
There's other ways of licking it to find that out.
I mean, that's true. There's several other things one could do, I imagine. That's,
Is this like when you lick the floor in Aaron's mansion?
Yes,
Lick
to
things
see if
off
it
a
tasted like floor.
yes.
All right. Okay.
So this
Anyway,
is to see if that tasted like medallion.
Yes.
Right, you are quite possibly among the strangest people I know, and I just met a goat that used to be a man and is now a man again. Or is he? Because that was a big promise he made of just literally speak his name and he shows up. I have to ask this question so often. What the fuck is my life now?
A lot of craziness.
Yeah, that's for true.
Actually, okay, hold on, because I had 10. It lasts for 10 minutes, right? Okay. My question is, how long did it take between him turning from
Your detect
goat-
magic was still on, but you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay,
detect,
cool.
You didn't detect any
Okay.
magic on.
I didn't detect any magic on him.
On the medallion.
No. Well, I
No,
didn't
on
take
him
anything
after he
on him.
transformed.
After he
The
transformed.
transmutation dissipated.
Yeah.
He was standing there before you.
Okay.
So if I know he still has detect magic,
But it would be like I'll just say
Yeah.
this for
You
you.
wouldn't detect
It would be
magic
like
like me,
you
though.
trying to detect that Oriana is magical.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, without other than her items, which you detect
Mm-hmm.
are magical, you can't inherently detect that, oh, she's a bard and she knows how to, or Baltaim is a warlock, or, Quinn is a cleric. Like, if he wasn't wearing magic items, he just wouldn't ping at all for you.
Got the cast a spell.
That doesn't mean he's not magical, or he can't
Gotcha.
perform magic. So, you didn't detect anything on this person.
I detected nothing.
Well, if I know he still has detect magic up, I would like to sort of show him the amulet and be like, well, this is a thing we have now. Can you see anything on that?
That is magical.
That is magical.
What would be the school? It's not really a school of magic.
Okay.
But you could just tell it has an inherent property of
Properties.
magic.
Gotcha.
Okay. I would hand this to Oriana and be like, maybe I think we should keep that in the bag and off of any one person.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
fair
Just
enough.
in case, because that was so strange.
DM, could you spell the name of that merchant?
Yeah,
or that,
Walad, Walad.
Okay.
Aldine. A-L, comma, or A-L, sorry, apostrophe, D-E-E-N. I would say the closest thing in that pendant, it's not really a school, but the closest would be evocation, but it's
Okay.
not quite.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right,
Alright,
so
it is in the
now that
bag.
we've saved the goat person, now we go look into flying creatures out in the desert slightly. Right, these are sentences I'm constructing about
normal to me.
actual things.
All right, so you guys start heading out of the alley?
Yeah,
Yeah.
looking for kids.
All right, as you guys, after this strange encounter, kind of take a moment to wonder what the heck is life right now and what might be ahead, and all of these new kind of tasks that you have ahead of you. You exit out of the alley and begin to make your way down the street once more to figure out from children what might be out in the desert, what creature might be seen, if any, or if it's just a myth or story or a prank to be played. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Dope.
Wow. Seriously, wow.
Tonight was a lot.
It was.
That
But-
was
Good session.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
was great and also nuts.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. Thank you for watching. We appreciate you. If you enjoyed the session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. We've been getting more and more people, and we appreciate you guys even sticking with us and watching us. We hope you are enjoying the story that we're telling as much as we enjoy telling it. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. See you later. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Night.